Chapter 29-29. Tiger, Ching, and the golden lion shuddered when they heard this voice. Their minds went blank. They didn't even hear what the person said. Although they hadn't seen him for many years, they were all too familiar with this voice. But how was this possible? It was impossible. The three of them suspected that they were hallucinating and couldn't believe it. For some reason, the three of them looked at each other but didn't dare to look back. Even if it was just an illusion, the three of them wanted this illusion to stay in this moment for a while longer. The other demon generals, including Demon King Gaiyu, naturally didn't think too much. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man wearing a silver mask and a purple robe strolling into the hall. At first glance, this person didn't reveal any terrifying aura. Demon King Gaiyu didn't bat an eyelid. He released his divine perception and scanned the purple-robed man several times, but he didn't find anything. He should be a demon king. Demon King Gaiyu thought. Even if he hadn't seen the arch-experts of the vast wilderness, he had heard of them. However, he had never heard of any arch-expert who would dress like this. If he wasn't a demon arch, he was most likely a demon king. If he was just a demon general and dared to take the initiative to come here, he really didn't know what was good for him. Of course, if this purple-robed man was brothers with the other three, it was very likely that he would rush out to die. Who are you? Demon King Gaiyu asked slowly after making some guesses. Even if the other party was a demon king, it was impossible for him to kill him. He could guard a country at the border of the eastern wilderness because he had cultivated to the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm and was a peak-stage demon king. Even if the worst-case scenario was that the other party's battle prowess was above his, he would still be able to escape. From the moment he entered the hall, Wu Dao's original body didn't look at Demon King Gaiyu. His gaze was always on the three figures with their backs to him. The three of them trembled slightly. It was obvious that their hearts were beating violently. Wu Dao's original body couldn't be bothered with Demon King Gaiyu's question. As if he didn't hear him, he only asked the tiger and the other two, "The three of you are standing there. Are you not going to acknowledge me as your big brother?" Hearing this, Old Tiger and the other two were overjoyed. They quickly turned around. Although Wu Dao's main body was wearing a silver mask, Old Tiger and the other two recognized him at a glance. This person in front of them was Su Zimo. Big brother. The tiger almost burst into laughter. He was the first to pounce forward and give Wu Dao a big bear hug. Then, the golden lion and Ching also rushed over. In the world of cultivation, no matter how deep the relationship between brothers and good friends was, they would not show too much enthusiasm. Such an action seemed to be a little overboard. Wu Dao's main body was among them, and he seemed even more out of place. In the eyes of the vast majority of cultivators, Araki Takashi of the Devil Domain was definitely a cold and merciless expert that no one dared to approach. In the eyes of the Yasha King, Wu Dao's true body was the most terrifying person in his heart. But now, facing the hugs of Old Tiger, Ching and Golden Lion, Wu Dao's main body did not push them away. Instead, he enjoyed this rare warmth and joy. At that moment, the four of them felt as though they had returned to Tianhuang mainland and dominated Howling Moon Mountain together. Nobody could resist the sincerity and passion of their emotions, not even Wu Dao's main body. Naturally, the four of them had a lot to talk about. Even 3 days and 3 nights would not be enough to finish talking. However, at that moment, the four of them were reunited and it seemed as though everything was superfluous. Even the talkative tiger couldn't utter a single word at this moment. His lips trembled a few times, and his eyes turned red. Tears welled up in his eyes. Even Old Tiger felt embarrassed and tried his best to hold it in. However, the moment he tried, his tears flowed instead. F***ck, this is too embarrassing. Old Tiger scolded himself internally as he cried. Ching's eyes were red as well. Although the golden lion did not cry, it was grinning foolishly the entire time. Ching Ching rolled her eyes at old Tiger and mocked, "You're already so old and yet you're still crying. You're not even embarrassed enough." "Stop talking," old Tiger begged with snot and tears running down his face. A stifled laugh sounded from the hall. Demon King Gaiyu could not help but laugh out loud. Initially, he thought that Wu Dao's main body was a ruthless character when he saw how calm he was and did not come with good intentions. In fact, he was worried. But now that the four of them were together in a crazed manner, crying and laughing, Demon King Gaiyu realized that he was overthinking. "Seems like I was right. Dragons don't live with snakes and phoenixes don't dance with chickens." Raising his brow slightly, Demon King Gaiyu said, "That's all there is to a person who is sworn brothers with the three of you. He seemed like he wanted to kill us earlier on." Wu Dao's main body ignored Demon King Gaiyu and asked Old Tiger and the other two. At the mention of that, the three of them felt their hearts skip a beat and they composed themselves quickly. The danger before them was not resolved yet. Old Tiger hurriedly reminded him via voice transmission, "Boss, this is a ruthless character. A peak stage demon king, what's your cultivation level?" Wu Dao's main body pondered and said, "According to what you said, he should also be a peak stage king." He had already cultivated his martial domain realm to perfection in the origin martial grotto heaven. According to the realm of the cultivation world, he was indeed a peak stage king. A peak stage king against a peak stage king. Old Tiger rubbed his chin and asked carefully, "Boss, why don't you hold him back here? The three of us will retreat first so as not to drag you down, Pa." Before Old Tiger could finish speaking, Ching Ching slapped the back of his head. "Just kidding," Old Tiger staggered from the slap and hurriedly corrected himself. Wu Dao's main body said indifferently, "Killing him is very easy." Before he finished speaking, Wu Dao's main body flicked his finger. A cluster of dark green flames floated towards Demon King Gaiyu. It was not fast and its temperature was not high. He could not sense any power. Boom! Qi and blood surged in Demon King Gaiyu's body. He directly propped up his grotto heaven and suppressed the dark green flame. He shouted, "The light of a firefly, how dare you!" "Ah!" Demon King Gaiyu was only halfway through his words when he let out a miserable scream. That seemingly ordinary cluster of dark green flames had actually burned a hole in his grotto heaven. Under the impact of his qi and blood, the flames burned brightly and soared into the sky. His entire grotto heaven was surrounded by this dark green flame from head to toe. It could not be extinguished at all. After Wu Dao's main body reached perfection in the origin martial grotto heaven, the power of the netherworld ghost flame had also increased. Not to mention a peak stage immortal king, even a quasi-emperor expert could easily die in a sea of fire if they did not deal with this netherworld ghost flame well. The netherworld ghost flame burned one's qi and blood. The qi and blood released by Demon King Gaiyu would only increase the power of the netherworld ghost flame greatly. In the blink of an eye, Demon King Gaiyu's grotto heaven was burned full of holes and was about to collapse. He himself was also burned into a skeleton emitting dark green flames. The flesh and blood on his body were rapidly disappearing, turning into nourishment for the netherworld ghost flame. End of this chapter. Chapter 29-30. Even a perfected grotto heaven was surrounded by the netherworld ghost fire. Even demon monarch Gaiyu's essence spirit could not escape. Under the horrified gazes of the demon generals, demon monarch Gaiyu was reduced to a skeleton in just a few breaths. His essence spirit turned to ashes and he died. The more than 100 demon generals in the hall were greatly shocked. That was a peak stage demon monarch. However, the purple-robed man did not even look at demon monarch Gaiyu. He killed him with a casual flick of a flame. What kind of power was that? A quasi-emperor? Or, the arch? More importantly, the purple-robed man was clearly on the side of the blood butterfly demon monarch, and they had all expressed their allegiance to Wuxia. If the purple-robed man attacked them, he could probably kill them all with a casual breath. The demon generals looked at Wu Dao's true body in fear and trembled, afraid that this ruthless person would attack them. However, Wu Dao's true body did not care about them. His thoughts were on the tiger, Qing, and the golden lion. Your cultivation speed is very fast. Wu Dao's true body sensed their cultivation realm and nodded. The tiger patted his chest and said, "After the three of us descended to the vast wilderness, we fought at the borders all year round. Our cultivation is the result of countless bloody battles. What's there to say?" Qing rolled her eyes at the tiger and said, "Compared to Big Brother, we are far inferior." Wu Dao's true body smiled and asked, "Are there only the three of you in the vast wilderness? Is there any news of Monkey, Night Spirit, and Little Fox?" "There's still no news of Brother Monkey and Old Fifth." The golden lion said, "However, Little Fox is also in the vast wilderness. Her opportunities are much better than the three of us. She was favored by an imperial lord of the fox race and was taken in as a personal disciple. Her cultivation realm is probably higher than ours." The tiger said excitedly, "We were just talking about Little Fox. We haven't seen her in a long time and we miss her. Since Big Brother is back, let's go find Little Fox and have a good gathering. If Little Fox sees Big Brother, she'll probably be overjoyed." Qing pursed her lips into a smile. Although the Little Fox was one of the 7 brothers, the others could tell that she was the closest to Su Zimo. Tiger seemed to have thought of something. He winked at Wu Dao and said, "Boss, I'm afraid that the people you want to see the most this time aren't us, but other people. Of course I have to see her." Wu Dao's original body nodded and did not hide his thoughts. "But since we're already in the great wilderness, there's no need to rush." Back in Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo had thought that he might be able to meet Dai Yu one day as Wu Dao's original body. Wu Dao's true body was his greatest reliance ever since he started cultivating. It was also his pride. Even Dai Yu knew nothing about Wu Dao's true identity. Back then, Dai Yu made use of the bloodline phenomenon of the dragon phoenix true body to descend on Tianhuang mainland. She was already shocked when she saw the accomplishments of the dragon phoenix true body. Qinglian's true body could not escape her senses either. However, she did not sense the existence of Wu Dao's true body. Su Zimo had been looking forward to this day the entire time. The reason why he wanted to come to the great wilderness to look for Dai Yu was not only because he missed her. More than that, it was because Su Zimo wanted to stand in front of Dai Yu and let her take a look. The young man whom she spent countless efforts to change his fate back then had already come this far. He caught up to her when he saw her back view. In fact, he could even fight alongside her. "I'm afraid we'll have to make a trip to Tianwu Hall first." Qing pondered for a moment. There are dozens of countries like Gaiyu in the Tai mountain range. I suspect that Demon King Gaiyu's betrayal is not an isolated case. Let's head to Tianwu Hall first and inform Demon Emperor Tianwu of this matter so that he can be prepared. The Golden Lion nodded and said, "We should indeed inform Demon Emperor Tianwu of such a big matter so that we won't be caught off guard. Let's go." Wu Dao nodded and said, "We're on the way. Tell me about the situation in the eastern wilderness." The martial Dao body only had a general understanding of the Great Wasteland domain. As for the situation in the eastern wilderness domain, he did not know much. Demon King Gaiyu is dead. Those who want to leave can leave. Those who want to stay can stay. The tiger looked at the demon generals in the hall and said in a low voice, "However, when we meet on the battlefield in the future, we will not show mercy." With that, Wu Dao and the other 3 turned and left, heading toward Tianwu Hall in the Tai mountain range. According to the tiger, the master of the Tai mountain range was Demon Emperor Tianwu, who resided in Tianwu Hall. His true body was a mutated tiger demon with 10 tiger tails. There were a total of 9 mountain ranges in the entire eastern wilderness. In each mountain range, there were hundreds of thousands of mountains with many tribes and countries. The territory was comparable to an immortal domain in the heaven domain. The 9 mountain ranges were Earth Mound Mountain Range, where Dragon Emperor Huang Hai presided. Swagger Mountain Range, where Rock Demon Emperor presided. Hushu Mountain Range, where Divine Elephant Demon Emperor presided. Qingxiu Mountain Range, where Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor presided. Liupa Mountain Range, where Kuei Ox Demon Emperor presided. Days Mountain Range, where Baize Demon Emperor presided. Dian Mountain Range, where Sky Bearing Emperor presided. Bogu Mountain Range, where Fei Lian Demon Emperor presided. East Pole Mountain Range, where Black Snake Demon Emperor presided. Tai A Mountain Range, where Tianwu Demon Emperor presided. The 9 mountain ranges had 9 demon emperors. Of course, among the 9 demon emperors, their cultivation and combat strength were different. According to the tiger's speculation, the strongest should be Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Rock Demon Emperor, and Divine Elephant Demon Emperor. Hearing the names of these 3, Wu Dao fell into deep thought. There were a total of 12 demon kings in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness. Among them, there were Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Rock Demon Emperor, and Divine Elephant Demon Emperor. His reverse scale, Rock Wings, 6 Fangs Divine Power, and other mystiques all originated from these 3 demon emperors. In that case, after all these years, these 3 demon emperors had all become demon emperors. However, the names of the other demon emperors seemed unfamiliar, and did not match the names of the 12 demon kings. Among the 12 demon kings, there were Wild Ox, Hell Tiger, Wind Leopard, Divine Chariot, Spirit Turtle, and so on. These demon kings might not have reached the demon emperor realm, so they could not become demon emperors who presided over a mountain range. Qing said, I feel that the 9-tailed demon emperor of Qingxiu mountain range's combat strength might not be weaker than Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the other 2. After a pause, Qing said, by the way, this 9-tailed demon emperor is also from the Fox clan. She took Little Fox as her disciple. That 9-tailed demon emperor is really, at the mention of this demon emperor, the tiger and the golden lion's eyes suddenly became a little strange, with some fear and infatuation. What are you trying to say? Qing stared at the tiger and asked in an unfriendly tone. The tiger's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said seriously, I just want to remind boss, when you see the 9-tailed demon emperor, don't ever look at her. That pair of fox eyes are really seductive. The golden lion also nodded quickly, saying, if you don't pay attention, your soul will be taken away. Qing rolled her eyes and said irritably, who's like the 2 of you? You can't move when you see her, and you're drooling on the spot. How embarrassing. Chapter 29-31. Which mountain is the blood butterfly demonic empress in? Wu Dao asked. Dai Yu had once told him that even in the upper world, there were no more than 5 people who knew her name. Therefore, in front of Tiger and the other 2, the martial Dao body still referred to Dai Yu as the emperor. Qing said, the blood butterfly demonic empress is in a valley called the Butterfly Valley. It is not part of the 9 mountain ranges. The Butterfly Valley is not big. The butterfly tribe cultivates there. The martial Dao body brought the 3 of them through the spatial tunnel at an extremely fast speed. It didn't take long for them to reach the deepest part of the Tai A mountain range. On the peak of the mountain in the distance, one could see a huge palace built by the side of the mountain. The buildings were stacked on top of each other, giving off a majestic and magnificent aura. The martial Dao true body frowned as if he had sensed something. There is only one demonic empress in the Tai A mountain range? Wu Dao asked. Yes. Tiger nodded. In the entire eastern wilderness, there are only 10 demonic empress, including the blood butterfly demonic empress. If not for her strength, the eastern wilderness would have collapsed. "Boss, what's wrong?" Wu Dao's true body didn't explain. After pondering for a moment, he led Tiger and the other two past the many checkpoints and landed in front of the largest palace in the group of palaces. With his divine sense, he could easily sense the aura of two demonic emperors in the palace. In the palace, other than the two demonic emperors sitting at the top, there were dozens of demonic emperors standing on both sides of the palace. Just as Wu Dao's original body arrived, the two demonic emperors stopped talking and looked over. "Who is it?" Seeing Wu Dao's original body and the other three enter the palace, the demonic emperors on both sides shouted with unfriendly expressions. "Greetings, demonic emperors." Tiger hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to the group of monster kings while explaining, "We're on the same side, on the same side. The three of us are demon generals from the Gaiyu country. This is our sworn brother. He is also here to help the eastern wilderness." Hearing this, the surrounding demon kings looked at each other with a strange look on their faces. Hearing this, they relaxed and just calmly looked at Wu Dao's group of four with a faint smile on their faces. The tiger heaved a sigh of relief and smiled, "I'm Hu Batian. I'm here to see Demon Emperor Tianwu. I have something to report." "I am." At the very top, the man on the left slowly spoke. The tiger regained his spirit and said solemnly, "Monster Monarch Tianwu, Monster King Gaiyu is preparing to betray the East Baron and submit to Tsang. He even killed a few monster generals to threaten the other monster generals and make us submit to him." "Oh?" Demon Emperor Tianwu raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Is there such a thing?" As he spoke, Demon Emperor Tianwu looked at the man beside him. This man looked a little strange. There were two beast heads on his neck. His body was filled with demon chi, and his eyes were fierce. The two-headed beast and Demon Emperor Tianwu looked at each other and smiled at the same time. The tiger said, "The four of us took the risk to come here because we guessed that there might be other demon kings in the Tai A mountain range besides the Gaiyu country. Please be prepared, Demon Emperor Tianwu." "How did you survive?" Demon Emperor Tianwu suddenly asked, "That trash Gaiyu didn't kill you?" The tiger's heart sank. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with Demon Emperor Tianwu's words. Not only Demon Emperor Tianwu, but the surrounding demon kings' reactions were also a little strange. After hearing the news, the dozens of demon kings were not surprised at all. Instead, there was a hint of mockery and ridicule in their eyes. Wu Dao's original body had not spoken since he stepped into the main hall. At this moment, he finally opened his mouth and only asked one question. "Demon Emperor Tianwu, who is that beside you?" Wu Dao's original body stared at Demon Emperor Tianwu and the tiger at the very top of the main hall and slowly asked. "Me?" The two-headed beast suddenly grinned and said, "Ha ha ha ha, you don't even know me, and you think you're smart enough to tip me off? My emperor title, foot technique." The two-headed beast said word by word. "Emperor title. Another demon emperor." The tiger was shocked. He tried his best to remain calm and forced a smile. He praised, "Wow, there's another demon emperor in the Tai A mountain range. Congratulations. It seems like our worries were completely unnecessary. We've disturbed the two demon emperors. We'll leave now." "Demon monarchs, please wait," the tiger said as he gave Qing Qing and the golden lion a look. At their level, although they had never seen Demon Emperor Zhu Shu, they had heard of his name. Demon Emperor Foot Technique was originally a demon emperor in the southern wilderness. However, after Tsang swept through the southern wilderness, this demon emperor Foot Technique submitted to Tsang, and had long been a demon emperor under Tsang. At this moment, this demon emperor Foot Technique appeared in the Tianwu Hall and sat side by side with Demon Emperor Tianwu. This in itself meant many things. The tiger's heart had already sunk to the bottom. It was only now that he realized. Demon King Gaiyu's betrayal was not a coincidence. The entire Tai mountain range might be swallowed by Tsang. Demon Emperor Tianwu had most likely betrayed the eastern wilderness. Now that the four of them had come to Tianwu Hall and even reported to Demon Monarch Tianwu, it was no different from sending lambs to the tiger's den. Qing and the Golden Lion's expressions were also ugly. Demon Emperor Tianwu smiled and said, "Since you're here, don't leave." Swoosh! 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 Dozens of demon kings had already appeared and surrounded Wu Dao's original body, blocking their path of retreat. What the hell is this? The tiger cursed in his heart. The four of them had just reunited and not been happy for long, but in the blink of an eye, they were in danger. Extreme joy begets sorrow. This was it. The tiger looked at the dozens of demon kings around him who were eyeing him covetously with ill intentions. His face was pale as he asked in a low voice, "Boss, as a pinnacle king, can you hold on?" After saying that, even the tiger himself was not confident. The gap between the Grotto Heaven realm and the Emperor realm was like the abyss. Not to mention a pinnacle king, even a quasi-emperor expert was not enough in front of a true emperor. The tiger said, "Boss, why don't you escape first and take revenge for the three of us later?" "Why should I escape?" Wu Dao's original body looked calm as he ignored the dozens of demon kings around him. He only stared at Demon Emperor Tian Wu and Demon Emperor Foot Technique and said indifferently, "The ones who should escape are not us." After he had stepped into the perfected martial domain realm, he had not fought with an Emperor realm expert. There were two demon emperors in front of him. He could let him try how powerful the perfected Wu Dao Purgatory could be. Chapter 29-32. Kill. Without waiting for Demon the Arch Tian Wu's order, the dozens of demon monarchs around him roared and charged towards Wu Dao's group of four. The tiger, Qing, and the golden lion were pale. They would not be able to withstand the pressure emitted by any of the demon monarchs. Not to mention the dozens of demon monarchs swarming them. It was as if they would be torn to pieces in the next moment. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound came from Wu Dao's body. A crimson halo suddenly burst out from Wu Dao's body. Countless mysterious runes gathered on it and instantly enveloped the dozens of demon monarchs around him. "Be careful." Demon the Arch Tian Wu's expression changed as he warned loudly. Within this crimson-red halo, he felt a kind of power that made his heart palpitate. The demon monarchs did not have time to think and subconsciously held up their respective grotto heavens. Dozens of grotto heavens appeared, and the surrounding void began to collapse. In the next moment, the crimson halo suddenly exploded, forming a huge flame domain that was intertwined with terrifying Dao and laws. This flame domain directly engulfed the dozens of demon monarchs. Red Lotus Karmic Fire, Martial Soul Fire, Tribulation Fire, Dragon Phoenix Flame, Hellfire, and Netherworld Ghost Flame. The 6 types of supreme flames were like 6 fire dragons that circled and danced in this domain. They emitted different auras and powers, but they could perfectly fuse together. Wu Dao's original body did not intend to test this group of demon monarchs at all. The first thing he attacked was Wu Dao's purgatory. Even a boundary the arch could not withstand the greater success Wu Dao's purgatory. Now, the greater perfection Wu Dao's purgatory was simply a destructive force to this group of demon monarchs. Some demon monarchs could not even last a breath before being burned to ashes. The fragments of their grotto heavens turned into streams of light and entered Wu Dao's body to be devoured by the origin martial grotto heaven. Some demon monarchs relied on their greater perfection grotto heavens to only last a breath or two. Under the control of Wu Dao's true body, the tiger, Qing, and the golden lion were not harmed at all even though they were in Wu Dao's purgatory. Before Old Tiger and the other two could react, they discovered that the group of demon kings, who were still filled with killing intent, had already turned into ashes. Not even their corpses remained. F***ck, Tiger was dumbfounded. His lips trembled as he said in a trembling voice, This is too much. The whole process had indeed happened too quickly. Demon Monarch Tian Wu and Demon Monarch Zhu Shu didn't even have time to attack before dozens of demon monarchs died. At this moment, the two beast monarchs finally realized that they had encountered a ruthless person. Of course, the two of them were martial emperors after all. They were already at the peak of the middle world. They wouldn't retreat without a fight just because they saw a ruthless person. Boom! Boom! The two demonic emperors did not dare to hold back. They held up a world and rushed towards Wu Dao's original body. Wu Dao's purgatory, the two worlds fiercely collided. The two completely different forces intertwined and devoured each other. In just a few breaths, the two demonic emperors' expressions changed. They were secretly shocked. The two worlds they held up were burning under the purgatory's flames. The temperature was constantly rising. The edges were even burning red. If this continued, the two demonic emperors' worlds would be incinerated by Wu Dao's purgatory. At this moment, Wu Dao's original body's blood essence surged. With a long roar, he took a step forward. The earth shook, and the mountains shook. An unstoppable aura burst forth. The power of Wu Dao's purgatory also rose. Every inch of the purgatory's void contained Wu Dao's will. It advanced bravely and courageously. Whoosh! Wu Dao's purgatory's range expanded again, enveloping the two worlds. In this domain, Wu Dao's original body was the only god. Now, if the two demonic emperors wanted to leave alive, they had to break out of Wu Dao's purgatory first. Blazing flames surged into the skies. Against the burning of Wu Dao's purgatory, the two worlds could not withstand it at all. They were burned crystal clear with a red glow and could collapse at any moment. Tiger and the other two were dumbfounded. Although their cultivation realms were far from that level, they could tell that the two demonic emperors were suppressed by Wu Dao's original body. Boss has already cultivated to this level? Tiger was speechless. Within Wu Dao's purgatory, Demon Emperor Tian Wu had already transformed into his true body and released his bloodline phenomenon. Together with the world, he continued to resist the burning of Wu Dao's purgatory. It was the same for Demon Emperor Zhu Shu. However, the two of them were like trapped beasts fighting. As long as they were still in Wu Dao's purgatory, the two of them would not be able to leave alive. Finally, a look of determination flashed through Demon Emperor Zhu Shu's eyes. He turned his monarch weapon and suddenly chopped off one of his heads, causing blood to spurt out. With the help of the blood, Demon Emperor Zhu Shu continuously released dermic arts into the head. At the same time, he shouted, "Explode!" Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. One of Beast Emperor Zhu Shu's heads exploded with a loud bang, bursting with an unparalleled power. Even the purgatory of martial Dao couldn't withstand it and quickly collapsed. Of course, under such a violent impact, the two demonic emperors' worlds also collapsed. Even so, the two demonic emperors were overjoyed and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they could break free from that fiery purgatory, the two of them could rely on their powerful bodies and blood to fight against the purple-robed man. Their chances of winning were very high. After the two demonic emperors broke free from Wu Dao's purgatory, they took out their monarch weapons and charged toward Wu Dao's original body instead of retreating. Ignorant fools! Wu Dao's original body said coldly. He stepped forward and threw two punches at the two demonic emperors without even taking out the prison-suppressing cauldron. The two demonic emperors instantly felt suffocated by the two punches. There was such a ferocious fist art in this world. Not only was the punch ferocious and explosive, it even sealed off the two demonic emperors' escape route. The rift collapsed in the direction of the punch. The two demonic emperors lost control of their bodies and slammed toward the punch. Facing the punch, the two demonic emperors did not even have the chance to retreat. They could only face it head-on. Bang! Bang! Wu Dao's fist collided with the two Monarch weapons, resulting in a dull thud. The two Monarch weapons were instantly knocked away by Wu Dao's fist. A shocking force surged into the two demonic emperors' bodies and swept across their bodies, destroying their vitality. Puff! Puff! The two demonic emperors were blasted apart by Wu Dao's two punches and turned into two clouds of blood mist. This was the power of a perfected martial domain realm cultivator. The two demonic emperors' primordial spirits were not destroyed. With a thought, they reformed their bodies and turned to flee without hesitation. However, Wu Dao's original body was faster. The two demonic emperors had just turned around and failed to escape the hall when they felt their vision darken. Around the two of them, a huge furnace appeared and enveloped the two of them. Outside the furnace, the two demonic emperors seemed to see a pair of deep and cold eyes staring down at them like a deity. Who exactly is he? That was the last thought in the two demonic emperors' minds. Chapter 29-33. Eastern Wilderness. Butterfly Valley. After Wu Dao's true body dealt with the two demon emperors, he did not linger in Tai A mountain range. Instead, he brought Tiger and the other two to Butterfly Valley. Given the speed of Wu Dao's true body, it did not take long for them to arrive at the place. Wu Dao's true body was not in a hurry to enter. He sensed for a while. There were many small valleys in Butterfly Valley. In one of the small valleys, there was indeed an extremely powerful aura that was faintly discernible. Wu Dao's true body took a deep breath and removed the Mara mask. Then, he brought Tiger and the other two and tore through the void, arriving outside the small valley silently. That powerful aura was inside. Could it be Daiyu? What was her residence like? Was it an imperial palace or a cave abode? Too many thoughts flashed through Su Zimo's mind. At this moment, he could not calm down at all. After standing still for a long time, Su Zimo finally headed into the valley. After entering the valley, his vision opened up. As far as the eye could see, there were clusters of flowers in all colors. There were no buildings in the valley. There was only a gigantic green rock in the middle of the flowers and a red figure sat on it. That figure wore a blood-colored robe and hugged her knees with her arms. Her black hair was like a waterfall and her chin was resting on her arms, burying half of her face. She looked lazy and casual. Her posture was like a blood-colored butterfly that stood quietly on the green rock. Although he could only see a side profile, Su Zimo could already confirm that it was Daiyu. This figure had haunted his heart for many years. Su Zimo had imagined countless times how the two of them would meet again. Perhaps, Daiyu was in an unresolvable danger and he descended like a god, riding a rainbow cloud and standing beside Daiyu to fight by her side. Perhaps, some strong enemy was forcing Daiyu to become Dao companions with him. A woman as stunning as Daiyu would definitely be admired by countless people in the upper world. Su Zimo was even prepared to snatch Daiyu over even if he had to cause a ruckus at the wedding. Perhaps, he was in danger and Daiyu sensed it and saved him. Or perhaps, Su Zimo had thought of too many scenes, but he had never thought that the two of them would meet again in such a quiet and peaceful valley, with birds chirping and flowers blooming, butterflies dancing in the air, and a brook gurgling. There were no flashes of swords, no rain of blood. This moment was like a dream. But it was real and beautiful. This was the best meeting between the two of them. The figure on the bluestone seemed to have noticed something. To be more precise, with Daiyu's cultivation, she must have known that someone was coming. She just didn't want to bother. Perhaps touched by Su Zimo's gaze, the figure gradually raised its head and glanced over. Their eyes met. The two of them couldn't shift their gazes away. A trace of doubt surfaced on Dai Yu's face, followed by surprise. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Such emotional fluctuations were rarely seen in Dai Yu. Second Master Su. After a long while, Dai Yu asked softly, as if she still couldn't believe it. In Tianhuang mainland, most people in Pingyang town would address Su Zimo as such. Dai Yu had lived in Pingyang town for 3 years and naturally knew about it. When he heard that distant address, Su Zimo smiled. "Miss Dai, I'm here to look for you." Both of them were using the address they used in Pingyang town. When she heard that, Dai Yu smiled as well. "I'll look for you." "Alright, I'll wait for you." Back when she left that small town in Tianhuang mainland, the young man who she had already severed her karma with shouted those words to her. At that time, she merely replied casually. However, she did not expect that the young man would come today. At this moment, Dai Yu's heart felt as though it was struck by something. That feeling was indescribable. She had never felt or experienced anything like this before. She could not imagine how much pain and danger that young man had to go through for this day. She couldn't imagine what had made that mortal, who didn't even have a spiritual root, walk step by step to this place. The two of them looked at each other just like that. In this valley, both of them only had eyes for each other. Dai Yu was smiling. However, Su Zimo could still see a trace of fatigue between her brows. It seemed like the situation in Eastern Wilderness was still giving her quite a bit of pressure. Just like that, the two of them smiled and did not speak. However, there was an indescribable joy in their hearts. Naturally, Su Zimo knew why he was happy. However, Dai Yu could not explain it. However, the moment she saw Su Zimo, her heartstrings seemed to have been tugged and a complicated feeling surged within her. After a long time, Dai Yu finally spoke again with a faint smile. "Before I left Tianhuang mainland, I left you 3 gifts. Did you come to look for me empty-handed?" Su Zimo was speechless for a moment and was stumped by the question. He had been thinking about how to catch up with Dai Yu and had indeed not considered what gifts to bring when he reunited with Dai Yu. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. He took out 2 round objects from his storage bag and threw them on the ground. "There are gifts too." When the 3 of them saw the gifts that Su Zimo took out, their vision turned black and they almost fainted on the spot. The 2 round objects were the heads of the 2 demon emperors that Su Zimo had killed previously, Demon Emperor Tianwu and Demon Emperor Zhu Shu. The 2 heads were charred black by the flames and were unrecognizable. There was even a pungent smell. "Boss's gift is too ferocious." The golden lion clutched his chest and looked at Su Zimo as though he had seen a ghost. Qing Qing pressed her forehead and could not bear to watch any longer. "If you don't know anything about this, ask me. Who gives heads as gifts?" The tiger looked as though he expected better from Dai Yu and was so angry that he trembled. "This is only because it's the blood butterfly demon emperor. If it was anyone else, they would have fainted on the spot." Of course, Dai Yu would not faint. However, when she saw the 2 unique gifts, she was still stunned for a long time with a conflicted expression. Su Zimo truly did not think too much. He merely thought that since he had bumped into the collusion between Demon Emperor Tianwu and Demon Emperor Zhu Shu, he would be helping Dai Yu imperceptibly by killing them. That was the reason why he took out the 2 heads as gifts in a flash of inspiration. However, at this moment, when he heard the complaints of the 3 behind him, he gradually calmed down and realized that it was indeed inappropriate to give heads away. Right then, Dai Yu said faintly, "I was just joking with you earlier on. If you don't know how to give gifts, it's fine if you don't." Su Zimo was embarrassed when he heard that. However, Dai Yu paused for a moment and said in a gentler tone, "The fact that you're here is already the best gift." Chapter 29-34. Who was Dai Yu? She was one of the most powerful emperors in the great desolate world and even the 3,000 worlds. Lin Zhan even said that she was the one closest to becoming a great emperor. Since the 9 heavens mystic fairy emperor and the 9 nether emperor, when had there been such a stunning woman in the 3,000 worlds? The butterfly race was naturally weak and could not even compare to the human race. However, Dai Yu's appearance changed the status of the butterfly race in the 10,000 races single-handedly. She only attracted the lowest 59 heavenly tribulations when she entered the true self realm. Later on, she also went against the trend and broke fate to become the most powerful emperor in the 3,000 worlds. Her life was a legend. And now, this legendary woman who stood at the peak of the world was saying touching words to Su Zimo. Even the experts who had followed Dai Yu for many years had never seen this side of her, let alone the 3 of them. Let's go and not disturb them. Qing sent a voice transmission. They haven't seen each other for many years. I wonder how much they have to talk about. The tiger seemed to have thought of something and winked. Talking is secondary. The most important thing is to enter the bridal chamber as soon as possible. Who's like you, thinking about such shameless things all day long? Qing glared at the tiger and pulled his ear as they left the valley. Come and sit. Dai Yu sat on the green rock and patted the empty seat beside her with a smile. After the 3 of them left, only the 2 of them were left in the valley. Looking at Dai Yu on the green rock, Su Zimo felt as though he had returned to the time when Dai Yu was teaching at Pingyang Town. Dai Yu was also sitting on a green rock back then. However, he had never had the chance to sit beside Dai Yu. Dai Yu had always been indifferent to him and rarely smiled. She even used violent methods to help him cultivate. Even if he was allowed to go over, he might not dare to. The difference between the 2 of them was too great. But now, in a flash, Su Zimo arrived on the green rock and sat beside Dai Yu. A strange look flashed across Dai Yu's eyes. It's indeed different. Dai Yu looked at Su Zimo carefully before saying, "You don't seem to be afraid of me at all." In the entire Middle Realm, not many people dared to approach Dai Yu, much less sit so close to her. Su Zimo looked at Dai Yu, who was just inches away from him, and a bold idea suddenly arose in his mind. His heart pounded uncontrollably. Dai Yu noticed Su Zimo's abnormality and her expression changed as she asked, "What are you thinking about?" Su Zimo took a deep breath and mustered his courage. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Dai Yu's soft hand. Dai Yu raised her eyebrows slightly but did not dodge. Just like that, she let Su Zimo hold her hand. It was soft, slender, smooth, and had a hint of warmth. Su Zimo held her tightly, as if he was afraid that Dai Yu would leave again. Dai Yu did not break free. She smiled at Su Zimo and said, "Second young master Su is getting bolder and bolder." Su Zimo only held Dai Yu's hand tightly, smiling without saying a word. Them? Dai Yu pointed at the 2 demon arch heads not far away, slightly puzzled. Su Zimo said, "Demon the Arch Tian Wu has already betrayed Eastern Wilderness. Because we bumped into them, these 2 wanted to kill me, so I killed them." Although Su Zimo spoke casually, Dai Yu could hear something unusual from his words. He could kill 2 demon thearchs. Your cultivation. Dai Yu's divine senses swept across Wu Dao's body, and she frowned slightly. Emperor realm? It doesn't look like it. What Dao technique are you cultivating? Dai Yu was indeed powerful. She could tell at a glance that Wu Dao's Dao technique was different. Wu Dao. Su Zimo said, "Back then, when you used the blood butterfly avatar to descend to infinite region, I told you that my achievements were not limited to this. Wu Dao is a Dao technique that I created. Even if the living beings of the 10,000 races do not have a spirit root, they can still cultivate Wu Dao and change their fate. They can fight against the heavens and earth for their fate. Everyone is a dragon. Dai Yu's eyes shone with a hint of admiration. I can't compare to such a bold spirit. Dai Yu nodded and praised, you've walked your own Tao. Furthermore, you've reached this step. Su Zimo explained Wu Dao's Tao to Dai Yu completely. On one hand, this Tao technique might be helpful for Dai Yu's cultivation. On the other hand, Su Zimo encountered another bottleneck on Wu Dao. After the martial domain realm, he had to create another Tao technique before he could advance further. And now, he had cultivated to the perfected martial domain realm. Without the next Tao technique, it would be difficult for him to evolve in the martial domain realm no matter how many Tao techniques he absorbed and refined. Of course, the origin martial grotto heaven would continue to devour grotto heavens. The world would continue to evolve and transform into a world. If there was one person in the world who could make Su Zimo exchange Tao techniques without reservation, it would probably be Dai Yu. Only Dai Yu could guide the current Wu Dao's main body. How is the strength of the Emperor realm determined? Su Zimo asked. Dai Yu explained, the Emperor realm is actually the world realm. It's similar to the grotto heaven realm. It's divided into small worlds, great worlds, and perfected worlds. Su Zimo nodded. In that case, the Emperor realm experts of small worlds were ordinary imperial lords. The great worlds were peerless imperial lords. Only the experts of great perfected worlds could be called peak imperial lords. You're a half-step emperor now? Su Zimo probed. According to past experience, there was the half-step king realm before the grotto heaven realm. Before the emperor realm, there was the quasi-emperor realm. Before the emperor realm, there should be the half-step emperor realm. Moreover, Skywolf had once said that Emperor Bo Sun was only half a step away from the emperor realm. Half-step emperor? Dai Yu shook her head and said, there's no such realm in the world. After the peak imperial lord realm is the emperor realm. There's no half-step emperor realm? Su Zimo was surprised. After pondering for a long time, he asked, what exactly is the emperor realm? Why can only one emperor be born in a middle world? Since ancient times, there was a saying that there was only one emperor. But not many people knew how to become an emperor and why there was only one emperor. Dai Yu said, after the world realm, when you cultivate to a certain level, you will come into contact with another level of power. This is the Tao. Tao? Su Zimo murmured softly. Dai Yu said, the Tao can be Tao. It's not an ordinary Tao. The great Tao is formless and is the hardest to comprehend. Once you understand your Tao, sense it, feel the will of the Tao, comprehend the great Tao, and experience the concept of the great Tao, you will condense your own Tao imprint in a world. When this happens, the world that you create will resonate with the medium-class world. At the same time, your Tao imprint will also be imprinted on the middle world. All the living beings in the 3,000 worlds will be able to sense it at this moment. This is what an emperor is. As long as an emperor is alive and his Tao imprint is not destroyed, others will not be able to fuse their Tao imprint into a middle world. That's why there is the saying that there is only one emperor. Chapter 29:35. As long as a grand emperor did not die, his Tao seal would not be destroyed. So that's how it is. Su Zimo was enlightened. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, if that's the case, then the reason why grand emperors are so much more powerful than emperors is most likely because they have come into contact with the power of the Tao. Dai Yu said, someone once told me that the power of a grand emperor should not appear in a dimensional realm. That is the next major realm after the emperor realm, and it comes from the greater 1,000 realms. Everything about grand emperors was told to me by that person. Oh. Su Zimo was rather surprised. Who would know about grand emperors, and even the greater 1,000 realms? Who is that person? Su Zimo asked. Dai Yu was silent. A short while later, she shook her head slightly. That person's identity is rather special. It's best if you don't know. After a pause, she added, and it's best if you don't encounter her. Upon hearing this, Su Zimo didn't pursue the matter. Daiyu said, even if you become a Grand Emperor, you won't be able to freely travel through a dimensional realm or descend at will. It will take some time to travel long distances. But after becoming a Grand Emperor, your world will resonate with a dimensional realm, and after leaving behind a Dao seal, you will be able to descend anywhere in the dimensional realm with a single thought. Ruling over the world, reigning supreme in the universe. This was the power of a Grand Emperor. Su Zimo said in a low voice, in other words, any of the supreme emperors of the 3,000 realms can take this final step. That's right. Daiyu nodded. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Many emperors cultivated, but only one had the chance to become a Grand Emperor. One could imagine how difficult this was. Daiyu continued, however, there are significant differences in combat power between supreme emperors. I am one of the strongest supreme emperors. After becoming a Grand Emperor, cultivation will become extremely difficult. What world-level cultivators need to devour is no longer natural elemental energy. Instead, they need to devour an extremely rare, even higher level of energy. This energy does not belong to a dimensional realm. Or rather, it is very difficult to find it in a dimensional realm. Su Zimo frowned. Another kind of power? Daiyu said, this power could very well be the origin of Yuan Qi. The origin of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth comes from the vast thousand domains. The beginning of vitality? In Su Zimo's mind, words from the Yin-Yang charm scripture suddenly flashed through. He subconsciously murmured, the three Qis of chaos, the void was created and the whole was created. Because the whole was created, the void was created, because 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 the void was created. The upper Qi is called origin, the middle Qi is called yuan, and the lower Qi is called spirit. Spirit is born from emptiness, yuan is born from cave, and origin is born from nothingness. Therefore, one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. Hearing this, Daiyu's eyes lit up. With her cultivation and knowledge, she was naturally able to discern the profundities and techniques contained within these two paragraphs of text. Originally, Su Zimo didn't quite understand the words of the Yin-Yang charm scripture. It was only when he heard Daiyu talk about the origin of Yuan Qi that he began to understand. Su Zimo said, the so-called upper, middle and lower Qi may correspond to the Genesis Qi of the vast thousand domains, the Yuan Qi of the middle thousand domains, and the Spirit Qi of the small thousand domains. That should be the case. Daiyu nodded. If the Genesis Qi came from the vast thousand domains, it would indeed be extremely difficult for emperors in the middle thousand domains to cultivate. Only by finding some treasures that contain Genesis Qi would one be able to raise one's cultivation level. This phenomenon was somewhat contradictory and abnormal. Why would emperors in the middle thousand domains need some kind of energy from the vast thousand domains to cultivate? Daiyu continued, the strength of an emperor expert is not only directly related to one's cultivation level, but also related to another method. This is the forbidden technique. In the cultivation world, anything that was related to the word forbidden was extraordinary. For example, forbidden secret manuals, forbidden living beings, forbidden lands, forbidden areas, including the forbidden technique that Daiyu mentioned. What is a forbidden technique? Su Zimo asked. Daiyu said, regardless of the race, all living beings have cultivated various kinds of techniques. Divine abilities, secret arts, immortal arts, and secret arts can all be classified as techniques. And forbidden techniques are the pinnacle of techniques. The so-called pinnacle of techniques is close to the Tao. The reason why forbidden techniques are powerful is because they are infinitely close to the Tao. And the power of the Tao belonged to the category that only emperors could come into contact with and control. Su Zimo suddenly recalled the scene of his battle with the Academy Patriarch. The Academy Patriarch had been schemed against by Qinglian's true body with the Hell Water Spring. He had already been severely injured and was at a disadvantage. But the Academy Patriarch had released a technique called the Three Pure Qi, which even Wu Dao's true body had felt a trace of fear. It was also because of this mysterious mist that the Academy Patriarch had been able to remove the Hell Water Spring from his body and stabilize his injuries. Now that he thought about it, the Three Pure Qi should be a forbidden technique that the Academy Patriarch had mastered. The Academy Patriarch had already mastered a forbidden technique not long after entering the Emperor realm. His talent and strength were evident. You said that you have not deduced the dermic formulations after the martial domain realm that you created. Su Zimo nodded. You said, actually, you don't have to be so obsessed with this that you have to create a Tao technique that is completely different from the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend Taoists. As the saying goes, all paths lead to the same destination. No matter what Tao technique it will all lead to the same destination. For example, although the cultivation technique of the demon race that I imparted to you is slightly different in the beginning, you still have to go through the threshold of the core Tao. The Wu Dao that you created also has the blood Qi Jin Dan. Wu Dao's dermic formulations also have heaven and earth dharma characteristics. Since that's the case, why can't Wu Dao create the universe and condense the world after his realm? All paths lead to the same destination. All paths lead to the same destination, Su Zimo murmured softly and his eyes lit up. The fog in front of Wu Dao gradually faded and the entire world seemed to be on the verge of dispersing. Yu was right. Actually, his original intention of creating Wu Dao had already been achieved back in Tianhuang mainland. Just half of the martial sutra was enough for the living beings of the 10,000 races to condense martial spirits. They could cultivate their own heaven and earth dharma characteristics without relying on spirit roots and continue cultivating according to the Tao techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Taoists to change their destinies. Wu Dao's 9 transformations, martial spirit realm, dharma characteristic realm, conjoint body realm, fate will realm, true martial realm, martial domain realm, emperor realm. Many dermic formulations eventually converged at the emperor realm. The Emperor realm was the endpoint of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Taoists. It was also the endpoint of Wu Dao. However, this was not the endpoint of Wu Dao's true body. Even after Wu Dao's true body created the martial domain realm into a world, his future path was completely different from other Wu Dao cultivators. His true Wu Dao body was an extremely special grotto heaven that others could not replicate. That grotto heaven would eventually transform into a world as well. At that time, even Su Zimo did not know what changes would occur between the two worlds, one internal and one external. Where would Wu Dao's true body head to? Both of them benefited immensely from this exchange of Dao techniques. Su Zimo finally confirmed Wu Dao's final dermic formulation. As for Yu, she had a new understanding of her Dao by comparing it to Wu Dao's dermic formulation. End of chapter. Chapter 2936. Let's not talk about cultivation, Yu said, let's talk about you. Starting from that small town in Tianhuang mainland, I'm rather curious about what you've been through all these years to reach this point. Yu was born into an ordinary background. She started from a weak race and cultivated all the way to her current position as an emperor. She knew very well how many hardships she had been throughout her cultivation journey. It was already way too rare for Su Zimo to be able to ascend to the upper world from a minor 1,000 realm. Now that he was here, standing before her in the vast wilderness, Yu was still in disbelief the moment she caught sight of Su Zimo. Alright, Su Zimo nodded and told Yu about everything he had experienced and met since he started cultivating. Yu wanted to hear about it and Su Zimo wanted to share as well. The reason why he was able to reach this point was because Dai Yu had once changed his fate for him. Su Zimo talked about Misty Peak and the dangers he encountered while cultivating both immortality and demonic. Dai Yu had already expected that before she left. He talked about the great Zhou dynasty, Chen Meng Qi, the ancient battlefield, the Dragon Burial Valley and the 2 sentences that Dai Yu left at the bottom of the valley. He talked about imparting martial arts to all living beings, Kunlun ruins, Monk Daming and the Blood Demon Dao Lord. No matter what dangers Su Zimo encountered, Dai Yu merely listened quietly with a calm expression. That was because she knew that the fact that Su Zimo could appear before her meant that he had already overcome the danger and turned it into safety. However, when she heard that Su Zimo had ascended to the upper world and was intercepted by the Patriarch of the Academy and the Underworld King of Cloud, she still frowned and her expression turned cold. Dai Yu was filled with killing intent. The clone of the Underworld King of Cloud was destroyed by her. The source of that assassination was inextricably linked to her. Despite knowing her identity, the Underworld King of Cloud still dared to attack Su Zimo. "It's nothing," Su Zimo seemed to have sensed Dai Yu's thoughts and said lightly, "The Patriarch of the Academy was severely injured by me. He has hidden his tracks and does not dare to show himself. As for secluded Cloud King, I will naturally look for him. There is no hurry." In Su Zimo's mind, a mere secluded Cloud King was not worthy of Wu Dao's main body personally taking action. Back then, King Yuyun had tried to kill the Dragon Phoenix True Body and Qinglian True Body. Now that the Dragon Phoenix had been destroyed, the Qinglian True Body that had fused with the Dragon Phoenix True Body would naturally settle this grudge. Dai Yu nodded and didn't say anything else. She gently rubbed her forehead as if she was tired. "You seem a little tired. Do you want to rest?" Su Zimo noticed the abnormality in Dai Yu's body and asked softly. Dai Yu was indeed tired. In the past few years, she had been supporting the Eastern Barren Territory by herself, fending off Tsang and Emperor Azure Flame. Although she had the 9 mountain ranges and the 9 great demon emperors following her, she was the only one who could truly go against a peak emperor. However, in front of others, Dai Yu would never reveal her fatigue, let alone her weak side. She would only relax in front of Su Zimo. It was just like Pingyang Town back then. Although it was a short period of time, it was an experience that she had never had before. It was also a carefree feeling that she had never had before. There was no rain of blood, no pressure to survive, no numerous powerful enemies, and no endless battles and killings. Although Pingyang Town was not big, to her, it was like a paradise where she could let go of everything. "I am a little tired." Dai Yu leaned her body slightly and rested her cheek gently on Su Zimo's shoulder. She said indifferently, "Continue talking about ascending to the upper world then." When Dai Yu leaned over, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and his body stiffened. A few strands of the woman's black hair swayed with the wind and tickled his cheek. A faint fragrance wafted from beside him, causing his heart to flutter. Although Su Zimo had cultivated for many years, he was still hot-blooded and could not help but let his imagination run wild at that moment. He glanced sideways at the woman beside him and was stunned. Dai Yu was already asleep. At their cultivation realm, sleep was not indispensable and they could even stay awake for thousands of years. However, as long as one was a human, no matter their cultivation realm, there would always be times when they needed to rest to relax and enjoy peace. It was just like in the cultivation world. Once cultivators reached the nascent soul realm, they could forego grain and drink dew to reach the level of Anidia. However, be it void reversions, conjoint body mighty figures, perfected immortals or immortal emperors of the upper world, they would still taste some delicacies. It was not to fill their stomachs, but purely to enjoy the delicacies of the world. As he looked at the sleeping Dai Yu, all of Su Zimo's distracting thoughts vanished instantly. Instead, he felt a sense of pity in his heart. He did not know how long it had been since Dai Yu rested, how exhausted and stressed she must be to be able to fall asleep in such a short period of time. Furthermore, the fact that Dai Yu could fall asleep beside him. That also proved something. Dai Yu trusted him unconditionally. By his side, Dai Yu could let down her guard completely and relax completely. Su Zimo could not bear to do anything overboard and wake Dai Yu up. He merely sat there quietly and accompanied her. By the time Su Zimo rushed over with Tiger and the other two, it was already late at night. The night passed. Dai Yu only woke up slowly when the morning sun rose and the rays of sunlight pierced through the horizon. Dai Yu, who had just woken up, no longer had the domineering aura of a ruler. She looked like an ordinary woman as she left Su Zimo's shoulder. Her black hair was messy and she had a dazed expression on her face. She stared at Su Zimo for a while and seemed to have realized something. Dai Yu raised her head, revealing her snow-white neck. She gently stretched her neck backwards, and even the loose red robe could not hide her graceful figure. After a night's sleep, Dai Yu's mental state was clearly much better than before. Before long, the dazed expression on Dai Yu's face dissipated and her aura changed silently, returning to normal. "It's been a long time since I rested like this," Dai Yu muttered to herself. Su Zimo looked at Dai Yu and asked slowly, "You're injured?" Dai Yu slept for an entire night. Su Zimo watched over her and accompanied her for an entire night. Su Zimo could naturally sense that Dai Yu's occasional tiredness was not only because she had not rested for a long time, but also because she was injured internally. Otherwise, given Dai Yu's cultivation, she might have sensed Su Zimo the moment he arrived. Furthermore, he had fought against the two demon emperors in the Tai A mountain range. Yes. Dai Yu nodded and did not hide anything. There was no need for her to hide anything in front of Su Zimo. Did Emperor Qing Yan do this? Su Zimo asked. It's just him alone. He can't hurt me. Dai Yu shook her head and said, he has 7 other peak emperors by his side. They are called the 7 Knights Dragon Emperors. They are considered top experts among the peak emperors. Being able to hurt Dai Yu was enough to prove this point. But since Dai Yu was injured, why did Emperor Qing Yan's Tsang not take the opportunity to occupy Eastern Wilderness? As if seeing Su Zimo's confusion, Dai Yu said lightly, if I was injured, they would not have been able to escape unscathed. Everyone should sleep early too. Dai Yu was completely relaxed. She slept until dawn and did not update for the rest of the night. End of chapter. Chapter 29-37. 1 against 7. Moreover, the opponents were all top-tier emperors. This was Dai Yu's strength. What is the background of Tsang? Asked Su Zimo. I'm not sure. Dai Yu said, this group of experts did not have many numbers at the start, but they were extremely powerful. After descending to the great wilderness, they began to fight and kill everywhere. For no reason, countless living beings in the great wilderness were destroyed. Any power, any race, only by submitting to Tsang will they be able to preserve their lives. If they resist in the slightest, they will be slaughtered to the last. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The appearance of Tsang was like an unexpected disaster to the great wilderness. All living beings in the great wilderness were living normally, but a group of experts suddenly appeared and killed everywhere. It was unreasonable, and all living beings could only resist. Dai Yu said, when an emperor expert's foundation is damaged and the world is shaken, it is very difficult to recover. They need a large amount of Genesis Qi. Every time the group of emperor experts from Tsang retreated after being injured, no one knows where they went. But they can recover very quickly and make a comeback. This is the power of Tsang. Su Zimo said, in other words, behind Tsang, there might be a place with a large amount of Genesis Qi that can allow them to recover their broken world faster. Dai Yu nodded. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, are there any special symbols among the experts of Bitsang? For example, identity badges? Yes. Daiyu said, every living being from Bitsang will have a token made of a special material at their waist. The word Tsang is written on it. Tsang. Su Zimo took out another token from his storage bag and handed it to Daiyu. Is it this token? Daiyu glanced at it and nodded. The token is made of the same material, but the words on it are different. Su Zimo's token had the word yen written on it. He had obtained it from the young man who had died at his hands in the 9 underworld sin grounds. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, have you heard of the Heavenly Court? The Heavenly Court? Daiyu shook her head. Su Zimo then roughly recounted what he had encountered in the 9 Serenities' sinful grounds. Daiyu said, most imperial emperors can sense that there must be a colossus behind the celestial tribute world. From the looks of it, it should be the celestial court. Su Zimo speculated, Tsang is most likely from the heavenly courts. However, he was still unable to figure out what the words Tsang and yen on the command token meant. Could it be the 2 forces in the heavenly court? Where is the heavenly court? Daiyu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, you shattered the 9 underworld sinful land and left a yen imprint on your palm. There would definitely be people from the heaven court chasing after you. How did you get rid of the danger? Now that I think about it, the expert chasing after me should be a peak sovereign emperor. Su Zimo said, with my strength, I cannot fight against a peak sovereign emperor. However, something extremely strange happened while I was fleeing. In the starry sky, I suddenly saw a white pheasant. Daiyu's expression changed when she heard that. She turned around and sized up Su Zimo. She asked in a deep voice, you met her? Who is she? Su Zimo was stunned for a moment before asking instead. Evil Emperor. Daiyu was silent for a long time before saying softly. Evil Emperor? Su Zimo thought carefully and said, after seeing that white pheasant, I seem to have entered another world. In that world, black and white were reversed and ignorant. I vaguely remember meeting a little girl named Wuxia. Could she be the evil emperor? Daiyu nodded with a complicated expression. Her true form is that white pheasant? Su Zimo asked again. Daiyu shook her head and said, that is just a dream realm that she created. The white pheasant's dream, the person who encountered it is unknown. Everything you experienced was in the dream realm that she created. Therefore, when you wake up, you won't remember many things clearly. That is one of the characteristics of a dream realm. Furthermore, in the dream realm, you won't be able to tell if you are in reality or a dream. No matter how bizarre everything in the dream realm is, you won't notice anything unusual in the dream realm. It's only after you wake up from the dream that you will feel that it's bizarre and absurd. Su Zimo was enlightened. Everything that Daiyu had said was exactly the same as what he had felt. It was no wonder that he could only recall fragments of his experiences in that lifetime no matter how hard he tried. It was no wonder that he did not notice anything unusual in that world despite all the bizarre and inexplicable things that happened. It was as though he could not cultivate in that world and could not even remember Wu Dao. In that world filled with lies and darkness, he had never given in and was out of place. There was no way he could have survived. However, he lived through an entire lifetime. After he woke up from the dream, he felt that everything was too unreal, as though it was a dream. Evil Emperor? Su Zimo asked with a frown, who is she? Why would she create such a dream realm and drag me into it? In that dream realm, I seem to have seen the peak emperor from the heavenly courts who was chasing after me. However, by the time I woke up, that peak emperor was already gone. He won't appear anymore. Daiyu shook her head. Dead? Daiyu was silent for a moment before saying, not exactly dead, but a life worse than death. I told you earlier that someone told me some things about the great emperor and the vast thousand worlds. That person was the evil emperor. Dai said, initially, I didn't want you to get involved in this matter. I didn't expect that you would still meet her. Actually, the dream of the white pheasant that you encountered was like a test for you. If you were assimilated by the surrounding darkness in that dream realm, you would have fallen, compromised, and submitted to it. You would never be able to escape from the dream realm. You would have sunk into it forever and become one of the beasts inside. The evil emperor is eccentric and does things strangely. Anyone who is chosen by her, no matter who it is, will be dragged into that dream realm to undergo a test. If you can pass the test, you will be able to live. If you can't, you will become a beast and sink into that world forever, a life worse than death. Hearing this, Su Zimo suddenly recalled Wuxia's hateful words, they are a bunch of beasts. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as an idea flashed through his mind. It was as though an extremely important piece of information had appeared. Beasts, beasts, Su Zimo said slowly, the evil emperor is probably one of the 6 paths, the great emperor of the beast path. Dai Yu looked at Su Zimo in surprise when she heard that. She nodded and said, you actually know about the beast path? Chapter 2938. The beast Dao was one of the 6 Daos and was not considered a secret. However, the fact that Su Zimo knew about the existence of beast Dao and that there were Emperor Realm experts shocked her. Su Zimo smiled. Not only do I know about the beast Dao, I also know that you've been to the Netherworld and started a massacre there. Dai Yu raised her brows slightly. Under normal circumstances, apart from the living beings of the Netherworld, no one else would know about this. Dai Yu said, seems like you've indeed experienced many things after ascending. The two of them chatted on the green rock for a long time. However, Dai Yu snuggled up to him to sleep later on and he did not mention anything about his experiences after ascending. What happened in the Great Wilderness Domain back then? Su Zimo asked. Dai Yu gazed into the distance with a look of reminiscence. A moment later, she said slowly, initially, when Song appeared, although there were some peak imperial lords, they were far from as strong as they are now. We fought several times and eventually, a huge battle broke out. In that battle, Song suffered heavy losses and lost a few imperial lords. The rest retreated with severe injuries and I was injured as well. Right then, I saw that white pheasant. The appearance of the white pheasant meant that the evil emperor had appeared. Su Zimo asked, you were dragged into that dream realm as well? Dai Yu nodded. However, after I was trapped in the white pheasant's dream for 10 years, I realized that something was amiss and broke out of her dream realm. Su Zimo was stunned. Dai Yu said it casually but he knew how difficult it was. Even with his Dao heart, he could not break out of the white pheasant's dream and wake up. Furthermore, this was a dream realm created by the evil emperor. The fact that Dai Yu could break out of it was proof of her capabilities. Dai Yu said, although I broke out of the dream realm, I discovered that I was no longer in the great wilderness. Instead, I was in an extremely foreign world filled with living beings with bloodshot eyes that were extremely aggressive. Beast Dao? Su Zimo asked. Dai Yu nodded and said, these creatures with blood-red eyes have no humanity and are like livestock. In the middle world, they are also called evil spirits. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly understood something. Dai Yu continued, the evil emperor appeared and told me some secrets about the great emperor, Genesis Chi, and the great thousand world. Later, she gave me 2 choices. Firstly, if I become a great emperor in the future and choose to do one thing for her, she can send me back to the great wilderness right now. As for what to help her with, she seemed to have some misgivings and didn't say clearly. Secondly, she let me go and let me fend for myself. Based on Su Zimo's understanding of Dai Yu, she would never compromise and be controlled by others. Su Zimo said, you must have chosen the second path. Dai Yu nodded. Su Zimo frowned and said, in the beast path, there are beasts and evil spirits everywhere. You are an outsider, so it will be difficult for you to move around there. This path is not easy to walk. Dai said, these evil spirits are nothing to me. But without the power of a great emperor, it is impossible to break through the barrier between the beast path and the middle world. So, you entered the underworld? Su Zimo asked. Dai nodded. Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked, logically speaking, there should also be a barrier between the beast path and the underworld. How did you break through it? Wu Dao's original body had entered the underworld from the hell path because Acheron was connected to the underworld, and the barrier between the two was relatively weak. Dai said, in the beast path, there is a waterfall that flows straight down to the sky. If you follow this waterfall and go against the flow, you will enter a mysterious river. A thought flashed in Su Zimo's mind and he blurted out, the Styx River. A look of surprise flashed across Dai's face. After a while, she nodded and said, it's the Styx River. Back in the Hell Path, the Void Yiksha and Hell Master Ku Quan had told him some legends about the Styx River. Wu Dao's original body had even attempted to enter the Styx River. However, he did not last long before retreating. The 9 springs of hell possessed all sorts of mysterious and powerful powers, and the source of the 9 springs was the Styx River. In the Ghost Path, there was a river of life where the Brahma Ghost Mother resided. The source of the river of life was also the Styx River. Therefore, when he heard Dai talk about a waterfall in the beast path that flowed against the flow, the first thing he thought of was the Styx River. In that case, there was a high chance that the Styx River had 7 tributaries that connected the 6 paths and the underworld. As though she recalled something, Dai narrowed her eyes slightly with a wary expression and said sternly, there's something terrifying at the end of the Styx River. You have to be careful. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. If even Dai was so wary, what was at the end of the Styx River? A moment later, Dai continued, after entering the Styx River, I followed the flow and entered the underworld. The underworld had its own rules and laws. Only souls could enter the underworld. For an existence of flesh and blood like Dai, entering the underworld would definitely attract the encirclement and obstruction of the experts of the underworld. Naturally, a huge battle was unavoidable. A cold glint flashed through Dai's eyes as she said indifferently, those ghost emperors were all rude and wanted to keep me in the underworld forever. Therefore, I killed my way out. Although Dai said it casually, Su Zimo knew that Dai had once killed more than 10 emperors of the underworld in the underworld, including the ghost emperors of the 5 directions. The ghost emperors of the 5 directions were all peak emperor lords. Dai continued, later on, I killed my way to Calf-Carrying Mountain and saw the entrance of the 6 paths. Although I killed some ghost emperors of the underworld, I was severely injured and leaped into the human Tao. At that point, Dai paused for a moment and glanced sideways at Su Zimo beside her. By the time I woke up, I had already been picked up by you. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he was dumbfounded. This matter was completely out of his expectations. To think that Dai would have come to Tianhuang mainland through such a method. The 6 paths were divided into the Heavenly Tao, Human Tao, Shura Tao, Ghost Tao, Animal Tao, and Hell Tao. Could Human Tao lead to Tianhuang mainland? Or could Human Tao lead to a small kiliacosm? However, due to fate, Dai happened to descend on Tianhuang mainland, one of the billions of small kiliacosms. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of something else. Princess Yufei once said that she was able to retain her memories of her previous life after she died because she obtained a Paramitha flower in Tianhuang mainland. However, the Paramitha flower only grew on both sides of Acheron Road in the underworld and could not have appeared on Tianhuang mainland. However, Dai happened to descend to Tianhuang mainland through the human Tao from the underworld. Did you pluck a Paramitha flower when you left the underworld? Su Zimo asked instinctively. Dai frowned slightly and recalled for a moment before replying, I think I have some recollection of it. Back then, I saw some bright red flowers growing by the roadside that were similar to the color of my robes. Therefore, I plucked one casually. However, by the time I woke up, the flower was gone and I did not look for it. Chapter 2939. Indeed. The hurricane lily was brought to Tianhuang mainland by Dai Yu from the netherworld. However, by chance, it was obtained by Princess Yufei. After Princess Yufei ascended, she perished and her soul fell into the netherworld where she was baptized by Acheron's water. However, because she had the hurricane lily with her, she was able to retain her memories of her previous life and was reborn in hell. Although he figured that out, Su Zimo had an even greater doubt in his heart. Human Dao, Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Naturally, it could be a coincidence that Dai Yu descended to Tianhuang mainland through human Dao. However, there was also a possibility that it wasn't. Although Tianhuang mainland was one of the billions of lesser kiliocosms, it was indeed different from the other lesser kiliocosms. Every single lesser kiliocosm would more or less have some treasures that were passed down from the upper world. That was logical as well. However, some of the treasures on Tianhuang mainland did not come from the upper world. For example, the creation of Qinglian that he obtained was most likely from the upper world. As for the two divine stones on Qinglian's true body, illumination and nether glow, there were no records of them in the middle world either. There was a possibility that they came from the upper world as well. What was so special about Tianhuang mainland? For a moment, Su Zimo could not figure it out. After pondering for a moment, he said, I just figured something out. Initially, I thought that the evil demon that the celestial venerate world mentioned was referring to a person. Now, it seems like the so-called evil demons should be referring to the evil emperor and the fiend master. However, I wonder what the background of the fiend master is? The beasts under the evil emperor are known as evil spirits. Logically speaking, there should be a group of demons under the fiend master as well. Dai Yu said, the Shura is a fiend. The Shura race is jealous and carries hatred in their hearts. They are ferocious and can fight well. The master of the Shura is the fiend master. Su Zimo revealed a look of realization. Much of the fog that had shrouded his heart had gradually dissipated. Su Zimo said, in the past 10 epochs, there have been several great upheavals that swept through the 3,000 worlds and affected all living beings. Now, it seems like one side is very likely to be the heavenly court behind the celestial tribute world, and the other side is the devil master and the evil emperor. Perhaps even the lord of the underworld, the lord of the ghost Dao, and the lord of hell. Dai Yu also nodded and said, the thing that evil emperor wanted me to help her with back then was most likely to challenge the heavenly court. What do you think? Su Zimo asked. The two forces gradually became clear. Dai Yu's desolate wilderness and the entire middle realm were in the middle. Behind Tsang is the heavenly court. This means that Dai Yu has already clashed with the heavenly court. Dai Yu and the evil emperor did not seem to be on good terms. The reason why Dai Yu was severely injured and fell to Tianhuang mainland was because of the appearance of the evil emperor. I don't know. Dai Yu shook her head, I don't want to participate in the battle between the heavenly court and the underworld. If there comes a day when I want to take action, I'll definitely have my own reasons and not because I'm forced by others. Su Zimo understood what Dai Yu meant. Be it the heavenly court or the underworld, they did not know much about them. In fact, they did not even know the reason for the war between the two factions. Right now, Dai Yu was not helping either side. However, in the future, whether she helped the heavenly court or the underworld, it would be her own choice. Dai Yu said, the reason why I didn't want to tell you about the evil emperor's identity previously was because I didn't want you to be embroiled in this catastrophe. I'm afraid I'm already in it. Su Zimo shook his head gently. Right now, I have another identity. I'm the Lord of Hell. Dai Yu frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Su Zimo recounted to Dai Yu everything that happened after he ascended. That included how he obtained the inheritance of the Infernal Emperor, was pushed into the ancient well by the Tomb Keeper and fell into the Hell Dao. Thereafter, he barged into the underworld and the Ghost Dao before returning to the upper world. To think that there's such a thing. Dai Yu murmured in deep thought, seems like the Tomb Keeper wanted to rope you in as well. That's why he pushed you into hell. Su Zimo nodded. What do you think? Do you want to help the underworld? Dai Yu asked. Su Zimo shook his head. There are many things that are still unknown and I don't want to take sides just yet. Furthermore, I don't have the strength to do so right now. Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo looked at Dai Yu and raised his hand that they were still holding, smiling. If I have to take sides, I'll take your side. Sure. The two of them exchanged glances and smiled. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked, what sort of person is the evil emperor? For a moment, he could not connect that frail and pitiful little girl in his memories with the Lord of the Beast Dao. Dai Yu hesitated for a long time, as though she was considering how to describe it. She's very special. Dai Yu said, it's hard to define her as good or evil. In her world, there are only two types of living beings. One is humans and the other is beasts. Regardless of background, race or cultivation, anyone who enters her dream realm can only survive if they are not assimilated by the darkness within. In the dream, when you see someone in trouble, you will mock them, kick them when they are down, and gloat over their misfortune. You will fall into the path of animals and suffer the torture of other animals again and again. You will wish you were dead. All evildoers will fall into the Beast Dao. The evil emperor will make them suffer the evildoers' sins in the Beast Dao over and over again. That is the retribution she spoke of. She believes in the reincarnation of the heavenly Dao and that evil will be repaid with evil. If someone does evil and does not receive retribution, she will drag that person into the Beast Dao. Don't you blame her? Su Zimo asked. Back then, the evil emperor was the one who swept Dai Yu into the white pheasant's dream and fell into the Beast Dao. Later on, she entered the human world through the netherworld and fell into Tianhuang mainland before returning to the great wilderness. Dai Yu shook her head gently. Of course, I was resentful at the start. However, I gradually understood after 3 years in Pingyang town. She actually has no ill intentions towards me. If she truly wanted to keep me in the Beast Dao, I wouldn't have been able to escape. In fact, if she wanted me to be trapped in the dream realm forever, I wouldn't have been able to escape either. I merely broke through one of her dream realms. However, the dream realms she created can be stacked endlessly, layer after layer. When I went on a killing spree in the netherworld, I alarmed the Emperor Expert. He should be the Lord of the Netherworld. However, the Lord of the Netherworld did not make a move later on. It must have something to do with her as well. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and took out a white jade pendant from his storage bag. I had this jade pendant in my palm when I came out of that dream realm. Oh. Dai Yu was slightly surprised. She received the jade pendant and returned it to Su Zimo after failing to make out anything about it. I remember that this jade pendant is extremely important to her. The fact that she gave it to you means that she treats you differently from others. Accept it properly. Chapter 2940. Su Zimo kept the white jade pendant and suddenly thought of something else. He asked, how long is the lifespan of a great emperor? Dai Yu said, the lifespan of an emperor is about 10 million years. If a great emperor belongs to the next realm, his lifespan will definitely be more than 10 million years. And almost none of the great emperors in history had a good ending. Most of them died in that catastrophe, so it's hard to estimate their lifespan. Su Zimo said, as far as I know, the longevity great emperor of the last era had a good ending and his lifespan was only 20 million years. There are two possibilities. Daiyu said, first, a great emperor's lifespan is 20 million years. Second, the living beings in the middle world are restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, so their lifespan is only 20 million years. Something's still not right. Su Zimo shook his head. Although the six paths and the middle world exist side by side, it's still below the greater world. Logically speaking, the great emperors of the six paths should also have an upper lifespan. But the demon lord and the evil emperor have existed since a few eras ago. It's probably been hundreds of millions of years since then. How could they have lived for so long? Daiyu shook her head. She couldn't figure it out either. For a few eras, most of the great emperors in the middle world had died in the catastrophe, but the demon lord and the evil emperor had lived until now. Su Zimo pondered. Or could it be that the demon lord and the evil emperor had died long ago, but could be revived in every era? But soon, Su Zimo rejected this idea. A great emperor was already the upper limit of a middle world's power. What kind of power would it take to revive a great emperor? Even the heavenly burial scripture couldn't do it. Why did Tsang invade the great wilderness? Su Zimo asked. I don't know, and it's not important. Daiyu said, do you remember what I told you? The upper world is like a bloody and dark forest. The survival of all races is like walking on thin ice, and other forces can barge in at any time to kill as they please. In the eyes of Tsang, all the living beings of the great wilderness are nothing more than a bunch of ants. There's no need for a reason. At first, Tsang didn't even put the creatures of the great wilderness in his eyes. He just stepped on them like it was just a casual step in the forest. He didn't even look down. Merely, it didn't expect to step on a stone. As she spoke, Daiyu's gaze shifted to the ground not far away. In an instant it was as if time had accelerated. On the hard ground, there were a few stalks of tender grass that were tenaciously growing. They were full of vitality and exuded the vitality of life. A butterfly fluttered in the air and landed on a few stalks of grass. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, sending sand and stones flying. This gust of wind came very suddenly. It swept across the butterfly's body and destroyed its thin wings, as if it wanted to blow it far away and tear it into pieces. This butterfly seemed so weak and helpless in the fierce wind. The wings on its back were almost broken. However, the butterfly remained motionless the entire time, silently fighting against the howling winds around it. Look at that stalk of grass. No matter how hard the ground is, it will eventually break out of the ground. Suddenly, Daiyu's voice sounded, this gust of wind can blow sand and stones, but it can't move a weak butterfly. That's life. No matter how weak a race is, it's still life. And the power of life lies in its unwillingness to submit. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he sensed Daiyu's Tao. It was because of her unwillingness to submit that Daiyu was able to rise from the weakest butterfly race to where she was today. Daiyu asked again, do you know why I imparted you Tao techniques in Pingyang town back then? Su Zimo replied, you once said that you wanted to end this karma. That's only one of the reasons. Daiyu said, if you had chosen to submit and compromise in the face of perfected Jin Dan's bullying, I would have imparted you Tao techniques and ended this karma as well. However, I wouldn't have taught you cultivation personally or left you any gifts. It's precisely because you didn't kneel that I sensed the unwillingness to submit from you, the power of life. Realization dawned on Su Zimo. It was no wonder why Daiyu did not speak to him much even after staying in his residence for 2 years. However, after that incident, Daiyu took the initiative to look for him, wanting to impart her Tao techniques and bring him on the path of cultivation. Right then, the butterfly that was initially persevering in the raging winds suddenly flapped its wings gently. Instantly, the entire world seemed to have stopped. The next moment, the flapping wings on the butterfly's back created an even more terrifying gust of wind that swept in all directions. As for the butterfly, it stood in the midst of the gust like a divine being. Gradually, two balls of purple flames appeared in Su Zimo's eyes. What happened earlier on was not a coincidence. Dai Yu was imparting her Tao. Of course, a single Tao technique could not raise Su Zimo's cultivation realm. However, the two true bodies could gain a lot of insights from it. Looking at Su Zimo, who was comprehending the Tao technique, Dai Yu nodded slightly with a look of admiration in her eyes. Right then, Dai Yu's expression changed as though she had sensed something. Looking into the distance, she suddenly vanished from the spot. Butterfly Valley. In the conference hall. By the time Dai Yu arrived, the 8 demon emperors of the eastern wilderness were all present. What's the matter? Dai Yu sat in the middle with her blood-red robes and exuded a powerful aura as she asked indifferently. Besides Su Zimo, Dai Yu would inadvertently reveal her weak side. However, in front of others, she was the powerful and invincible blood butterfly demon emperor whose name shook the entire vast wilderness. There's a commotion from the Tai A mountain range. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai sat on his chair without standing up and said in a deep voice, Tsang should be making a move on the Tai A mountain range. I'm afraid Tian Wu won't be able to defend against it alone. Tian Wu's collusion technique is dead. Dai Yu said. Hearing that, the demonic emperor's expressions changed slightly. Great Peng Demon Emperor said, if that's the case, let's give up on the Tai A mountain range. We can't even take care of ourselves and can't help. It's not appropriate to give up. Divine Elephant Demon Emperor frowned and said, there are dozens of countries in the Tai A mountain range with billions of lives. Once we give up, Tsang will invade and slaughter countless races. Then what should we do? Black Snake Demon Emperor said, if we go and help, our mountain range will be empty and Tsang will take advantage of it. The losses will be even greater. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai suddenly said, if Xue Dai appears, she should be able to defend against Tsang's attack. However, pausing, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai looked at Dai Yu and said, it hasn't been long since the last battle. Xue Dai, your injuries. Dai Yu looked at Dragon Emperor Huang Hai expressionlessly and said, what are you trying to say? Nothing. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said, I'm thinking that if your injuries haven't healed, we won't be able to defend the Tai A mountain range. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before the entire eastern wilderness is devoured by Tsang. If that's the case, why should we continue to persist? The sooner we submit, the sooner we may be able to accomplish something under Tsang's command with our battle prowess. Chapter 2941. After Dragon Emperor Huang Hai finished his words, the other 8 demonic emperors had different expressions. Among the 9 demonic emperors of Eastern Wilderness, only Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demonic Emperor, and Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor had followed Dai Yu for many years. The rest came from the south, west, and north wilderness. In order to avoid Tsang's conquest, they moved to the east. Back then, Blood Butterfly Demonic Empress had 12 demonic emperors under her command. However, in that battle, 9 demonic emperors died, leaving only Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demonic Emperor, and Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor. In that battle, Dai Yu defeated Tsang and left behind a bunch of emperors' corpses. The remaining demonic emperors, Great Rock Demonic Emperor, and Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor had all broken through and absorbed a large amount of world fragments to reach their current level. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai had followed Dai Yu for the longest time, and his declaration was unexpected. This also meant that Tsang's strength and continuous conquest had pressured Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, which was why he was willing to submit. There were only 4 peak-stage demonic emperors in the Great Wilderness domain. The other 3 had all submitted to Tsang. Only Dai Yu guarded Eastern Wilderness. Below the pinnacle, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai was one of the strongest peerless imperial emperors. Among the 9 demonic emperors of Eastern Wilderness, Dai Yu was the strongest. Below her were Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demonic Emperor, Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor, and Nine-Tailed Demonic Emperor. There were 5 ordinary demonic emperors, Kuei Ox Demonic Emperor, Baizai Demonic Emperor, Sky-Bearing Emperor, Black Snake Demonic Emperor, and Tianwu Demonic Emperor. As one of the 4 demonic emperors and the one who had followed Dai Yu for the longest time, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai's declaration was extremely important. Dai Yu looked calm and said nothing. She only looked at the remaining demonic emperors. Among the 3 remaining demonic emperors, Great Rock Demonic Emperor's expression did not change, as if he was not surprised by Dragon Emperor Huang Hai's declaration. The other 2, Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor and Nine-Tailed Demonic Emperor, frowned. Among the remaining 4 ordinary demon emperors, the Kuei Ox Demon Emperor and the Black Snake Demon Emperor were tempted, while the Sky-Bearing Demon Emperor and the Baizai Demon Emperor showed signs of resistance. Huang Hai, what are you saying? The Divine Elephant Demon Emperor frowned and said, Tsang has a blood feud with the Eastern Barren Territory. More than half of the 12 demon kings who fought alongside us died in their hands. If we don't avenge them, the heavens will not tolerate it. Should we choose to surrender? How can those fallen brothers rest in peace after surrendering to the enemy? Before Dragon Emperor Huang Hai could say anything, Great Peng Demon Monarch spoke first. Tsang's strength is unfathomable. Monarch Qing Yan and the others will return soon. Shuedai's injuries have not healed yet. Who can stop them? Depeng Demon Overlord glanced at Dai Yu. Could it be that dying on the battlefield is the best ending? If the Divine Phoenix and the Spirit Turtle were still alive, they probably wouldn't want us to seek our own deaths. Among the 4 peerless demonic emperors, 2 had already expressed their desire to submit to Tsang. I don't agree. The Nine-Tailed Demonic Emperor stood up slowly and said, I brought the Nine-Tailed tribe here from the Southern Barren Territory because I don't want them to fall into Tsang's hands and become his slaves. Other than the Nine-Tailed tribe, there are many other races in the Great Wilderness that have fled to the Eastern Barren Territory to seek protection. Now that you want to submit to Tsang, what will you do to them? The Nine-Tailed Demonic Emperor was wearing a pink fur coat, revealing her slender arms and long, snow-white legs. She had a slim figure, and a casual glance at her would make one's heart flutter. Those eyes rippled with light, as if they could steal one's soul. All the demonic emperors present sat upright. No one dared to look at her, let alone look at the Nine-Tailed Demonic Emperor. The Fox tribe was good at seduction. The king of the Fox tribe, the Nine-Tailed Sky Fox, was a natural beauty. She had a delicate body, and she was like a perfect treasure created by the gods. She emitted a seductive fragrance. Monarch Qing Yan had even said that he wanted the Nine-Tailed Demonic Emperor to serve him. If not for Dai Yu's protection, the Nine-Tailed Demonic Emperor would have been taken into Monarch Qing Yan's harem. The Nine-Tailed Demonic Emperor also had someone she liked in the Eastern Barren Territory, so the other demonic emperors didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. The Black Snake Demonic Emperor looked straight ahead and said, We're all monarchs, and our lives are precious. We can't be compared to those messy races. If that's the case, we can only go with the flow. That's the only way we won't be crushed. The Baizai Demonic Emperor shook his head slightly and said, I don't agree. The 8 demonic emperors in the hall were in a long argument, and it was getting more and more intense. Dai Yu didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. The battle with Monarch Qing Yan and the others wouldn't make her feel tired. The current situation was what made her feel exhausted. Although Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Depeng Demonic Emperor, and the others hadn't left the Eastern Barren Territory, the Eastern Barren Territory was no longer united under Tsang's great pressure. It could even fall apart at any time. The final battle hadn't come yet, but the Eastern Barren Territory was already divided. On one side, there were generals who had followed her for many years. If not for Su Zimo's arrival, Daiyu didn't know how long she could hold on. At this moment, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai stood up and said, "Everyone, stop arguing. Tsang's army is coming, and the Taya mountain range has no leader. Who can stop them? How can we solve this crisis?" The Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor said, "As far as I know, Tsang's peak Demonic Emperor was injured by Shui Dai. Monarch Qing Yen and the others should still be recovering. Tsang's attack this time is probably led by a peerless monarch. If that's the case, we might be able to fight them together." The Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor had followed Daiyu for many years. He could guess that Daiyu was injured and probably couldn't fight. They could only rely on themselves for this battle. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said faintly, "The Earth Hill mountain I'm at is in the Huangxi. The terrain is crucial, and I have to guard there. I can't fight." The Depeng Demonic Emperor also stood up and said, "The Swagger mountain range is in the far west of the Eastern Barren Territory. It's connected to Tsang. We can't lose it. I have to guard there." Although these two hadn't decided to pledge allegiance to Tsang, they had chosen to stand aside and watch. 2 of the 4 peerless demonic emperors had left, and the pressure on Eastern Wilderness increased. Among the remaining 4 ordinary demonic emperors, the Black Snake Demonic Emperor and the One-Legged Ox Demonic Emperor each found an excuse to avoid the battle. The Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor frowned and glared at Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the Great Rock Demonic Emperor. He could see that these were just excuses made by Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the others. How could the 4 of them resist Tsang's army? Nine-Tailed Beast Emperor sighed in her heart. She looked at Daiyu, who was sitting in the middle, and said softly, "Sister Shui Dai, with the current situation, I'm afraid we really have to abandon the Tai A mountain range. However, I'm afraid the creatures in the Tai A mountain range will." Just as Daiyu was about to speak, a purple-robed figure appeared outside the hall. The person stepped out of the hall and said, "I'll guard the Taya mountain range." Wu Dao's true body had arrived. Daiyu looked at Su Zimo. Her beautiful eyes lit up, but she quickly hid it. The demonic emperors in the hall also turned their heads and looked over. Chapter 2942. The Shifter Emperors scanned Wu Dao's real body from top to bottom. Wu Dao body wore a purple robe and put on the Mo Luo mask again. Since he was only at the peak of the martial domain realm, he did not have the aura of a martial monarch expert. The beast thearchs could not see anything special about him. A human? In the great wilderness domain, thousands of races coexisted and the human race was one of them. However, the human race had not reached the Emperor realm and did not have much of a presence. Emperor Qing Tian in the main hall was from the giant race. The demonic thearchs then looked at Daiyu, who was in a high position, with some confusion. Daiyu's expression was normal, as if she was not surprised by the arrival of the purple-robed human. "Who are you?" Great Rock Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes and stared at Wu Dao's real body. "I am Araki Takeshi." Wu Dao's real body looked around and cupped his hands. He nodded and said, "Greetings, Shifter Emperors." Although he took the initiative to greet them, Wu Dao's real body's tone was calm and he did not bow to the Shifter Emperors present. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demon Emperor and the others were expressionless, but they sneered in their hearts. They had no idea where this human had popped out from. He hadn't even reached the martial monarch realm, yet he dared to spout such nonsense. How dare he claim to be on equal footing with them? In fact, Wu Dao's real body was already being polite by taking the initiative to greet the Shifter Emperors present. If not for the fact that the Shifter Emperors had followed Daiyu for so many years and fought against strong enemies together, he would not even bother with them. Araki Takeshi. Never heard of him. Kuei Ox Demon Emperor pouted. Black Snake Demon Emperor looked at Wu Dao's real body and suddenly scolded, "Where did this nameless person come from? You have no right to speak here." Get lost. Divine Elephant Demon Emperor, Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, Bai Zai Demon Emperor and Emperor Qing Tian frowned slightly. Dai Yu was not surprised by this person's sudden appearance. This meant that this person was most likely sent by Dai Yu. If the four of them could tell, so could Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the Black Snake Demon Monarch. However, the Black Snake Demon Monarch pretended that he didn't know anything and scolded Araki Takashi loudly. Obviously, he was trying to intimidate him. On the surface, the Black Snake Demon Emperor seemed to be targeting Araki Takashi, but in reality, he had the intention of testing Dai Yu. Dai Yu was injured. However, no one knew how serious his injuries were or how much fighting strength he had left. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Depeng Monarch Beast had mentioned the same thing during their conversation. If they were sure that Dai Yu was severely injured and unable to fight, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demon Emperor, Black Snake Demon Emperor, and Ox Demon Emperor would probably leave the eastern wilderness. Hey! Wu Dao smiled in response to the Black Snake Demon Emperor's rebuke. There was a hint of strangeness in his laughter. Suddenly, Wu Dao's true body stomped the ground. There was a loud rumble. The entire hall was shaking. In the next instant, Wu Dao's true body was right in front of the Black Snake Demon Emperor. Before the Black Snake Demon Monarch could react, the martial Dao body reached out his hand and pressed it on the top of the Black Snake Demon Monarch's head. His 5 fingers dug into the Black Snake Demon Monarch's skull and pulled him down from his seat. The entire hall was in an uproar. It was too fast. No one would have thought that the seemingly ordinary human race would suddenly rise up in revolt. One had to know that those sitting in the hall were all demon emperors who ruled over a region and commanded 3 armies. What kind of status and identity was that? Any one of them could cause the entire vast wilderness to tremble with a stomp of their feet. With a raise of their arms, hundreds of millions of demon race soldiers would gather. Who would have thought that an outsider would dare to attack one of their demonic emperors when they were surrounded by so many of them? The moment he attacked, he struck like lightning and did not give the Black Snake Demon Emperor any chance to retaliate. The Black Snake Demon Emperor only heard Araki Takashi's laughter. Before he could finish his laughter, a violent roar sounded in his ears. The hall shook. A huge shadow loomed over him. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his head. His spirit consciousness was sealed and his essence spirit was locked. He could not use any strength at all as he was pulled down from his seat by his head. Even if he had many tricks up his sleeves, he could not use them. With his essence spirit locked, he could not even form his own world. The Black Snake Demon Emperor's face was first filled with shock, followed by rage. Following that, it was fear. He suddenly sensed the aura of death. Now that Araki Takashi was holding him by his head, he could kill him on the spot with a single thought. Furthermore, he could sense the blood stench on Wu Dao's true body. He did not doubt Araki Takashi's decisiveness in killing. How dare you? What are you doing? Let him go. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the others finally reacted and stood up one after another, shouting. Instantly, at least 3 Emperor Realm spirit consciousnesses and auras descended and locked onto Wu Dao's true body. You guys had better sit back down. Wu Dao's true body lifted the Black Snake Demon Emperor and said indifferently, "This snake demon is dead for sure if I use a little more strength." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the others did not push too hard for fear of breaking the vases. Were you scolding me earlier on? Wu Dao's true body lifted the Black Snake Demon Emperor and asked in a seemingly casual manner. The Black Snake Demon Emperor no longer had the demeanor of a demon emperor. Instead of a snake demon, he looked more like an earthworm. The Black Snake Demon Emperor gulped. Although Wu Dao's true body asked casually, the Black Snake Demon Emperor could sense the killing intent behind that calm tone. He didn't doubt in the slightest that if he said anything wrong, it would be the end of his life. I was blind earlier on and said something wrong. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist Araki Takashi. The Black Snake Demon Emperor's voice trembled slightly. Now that his life was hanging by a thread, he could not care less about his pride as a demon emperor. If he wanted to keep his life, he had to show weakness. Wu Dao's true body said indifferently, if not for the fact that you have followed the Blood Butterfly Demon Emperor for so many years, you would already be dead. Wu Dao's true body was not trying to scare the Black Snake Demon Emperor. If Wu Dao's true body had punched the Black Snake Demon Emperor, the Black Snake Demon Emperor would have been reduced to a pile of minced meat. The Black Snake Demon Emperor quickly said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Araki Takashi. We have all followed the Blood Butterfly Demon Emperor and are on the same side." Wu Dao's true body sneered and threw the Black Snake Demon Emperor back to his seat. He had just arrived and naturally could not kill the Demon Emperors under Daiyu's command. The Black Snake Demon Emperor had followed Daiyu for many years. Although he had shown his intention to betray her, he had not done anything substantial yet and there was still room for negotiation. It was up to Daiyu to decide how to deal with the Black Snake Demon Emperor. The moment the Black Snake Demon Emperor broke free, his expression changed and he glared at the martial Dao true body with a ferocious glint in his eyes, snarling word by word, "Desolate martial, you're courting death." He had been subdued by Wu Dao's true body in one move and did not even have time to release his world. How could he accept this? Moreover, he had just lost all his dignity. If he did not get it back, how was he going to command the three armies in the future? That's enough. At this moment, Daiyu stood up and clapped her hands to stop a possible fight. She said, "Araki Takashi is here to help me. I believe you all already know him. I don't need to introduce him." End of chapter. Chapter 2943. Blood Butterfly Demon Empress, what is the meaning of this? The Black Snake Demon Emperor's expression was terrible as he gritted his teeth. This person managed to kill me when I was unprepared. You didn't step in earlier and now you're protecting him? The Black Snake Demon Emperor could not be blamed for feeling indignant. After all, he was one of the 9 great demon emperors of Eastern Wilderness. His status was only below Daiyu's and he had followed her for many years. Now, a human had appeared out of nowhere and almost killed him, humiliating him. Not only did the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress not step in for him, she was even protecting that human. The Black Snake Demon Emperor was not the only one. The other demon emperors could also tell that Daiyu was protecting the purple-robed human and could not help but feel puzzled. What was his relationship with the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress for her to think so highly of him? I'm protecting him? Daiyu raised her brows slightly. Is that not the case? The Black Snake Demon Emperor said in a deep voice, if you did not step in and we had a fair fight, he would be a dead man by now. The Divine Elephant Demon Emperor coughed gently and tried to smooth things over. Tsang is invading us on a large scale. Let's talk about our conflicts in the future. Right now, let's deal with the external threat and tide through this calamity together. That's right. The 9-tailed Demon Emperor looked at Wu Dao's real body and said with a smile, this fellow Taoist Araki Takashi is here to help us after all. Let's talk about our grudges in the future. Hee hee. The Black Snake Demon Emperor looked at Daiyu and scoffed. Although he did not continue to pursue the matter, he was obviously extremely resentful and even showed some disrespect towards Daiyu. Daiyu's expression was cold as she walked down slowly from the high ground and walked towards the Black Snake Demon Emperor. The atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became extremely solemn. At this moment, everyone in the hall felt a strand of terrifying and shocking pressure. Wu Dao's real body finally felt how powerful Daiyu was. Daiyu was not targeting him. Even so, he could still feel the immense pressure. Even if he released Wu Dao's Purgatory and Origin Martial Grotto Heaven, he might not be able to withstand Daiyu's power. The difference was too great. If the demonic emperors in the main hall were just puddles of water, then the demonic emperors in the main hall were like lakes. But now, the approaching Dai was like a raging wave in the ocean. It surged over in all directions and could devour everything. The black snake demon monarch, who was at the center of the huge wave, felt it even more intensely. The black snake monarch beast's face instantly turned pale. Unknowingly, he was sweating profusely. "You're not convinced?" Dai came before the black snake monarch and asked calmly. The black snake demon emperor didn't even dare to look at Dai. Dai's terrifying aura made his body tremble uncontrollably. Before he could speak, Dai waved her hand and threw two round objects at the black snake monarch beast. The black snake demon emperor was already scared out of his wits. Even the slightest movement would cause him great panic. Plop. The black snake demon emperor didn't dare to ask what those two things were. He directly knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, I accept, I have no complaints. Look at them. Dai's voice sounded. The black snake demon emperor swallowed his saliva and stole a glance. Two charred heads. And they looked familiar, as if they were. The black snake demon emperor took a closer look and could not help but gasp. Demon Emperor Tian Wu of the Tai A mountain range. The other was Demon Emperor Zhu Shu from Tsang. Dai said, I said earlier that Tian Wu colluded with Zhu Shu and is dead. However, I didn't say who killed them. Hearing that, the expressions of the demon emperors changed. They guessed a possibility and instinctively looked towards Wu Dao's true body. Araki Takashi killed these two. Dai reached out and stroked the black snake demon emperor's head, asking, Black Snake, how is your combat strength compared to Tian Wu and Zhu Shu? The black snake demon emperor trembled. On one hand, he was frightened by Dai. On the other hand, he was frightened by Wu Dao's true body. The black snake demon emperor was only at the lesser mastery of the martial emperor realm and an ordinary emperor lord. His combat strength was similar to Tian Wu and Zhu Shu. If Araki Takashi could kill Tian Wu and Zhu Shu, he could naturally kill him as well. In other words, if Dai had not stepped forward to stop him, he might have been a dead man by now. I know I was wrong. The black snake demon emperor said with a trembling voice. The other demon emperors also looked at Wu Dao's true body with a different gaze. Initially, they thought that Wu Dao's true body was able to subdue the black snake demon emperor because he had the element of surprise. But now, it seemed like Araki Takashi was indeed quite capable. Song is coming this time. Do you want to participate in the battle? Dai asked. Yes. I'll definitely fight. The black snake demon emperor agreed without hesitation. Get up. Dai patted the black snake demon emperor's head gently. The terrifying pressure that enveloped the black snake demon emperor dissipated as well. Wu Dao's true body nodded. This was what Dai was capable of. Even without attacking, she was still able to intimidate the black snake demon emperor. What about the three of you? Dai looked at Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demon Emperor, and One-Legged Ox Demon Emperor. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai was silent for a while before he said slowly, the location of Di Qiu Mountain that I'm guarding is indeed very important. I can't afford to lose it. Great Rock Demon Emperor and One-Legged Ox Demon Emperor also found an excuse to avoid the battle. Dai nodded calmly. She did not force them. Tian Wu is dead. Araki Takashi is the new lord of Tai. Dai looked at Divine Elephant Demon Emperor, Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, and the others and said, we'll have to rely on all of you for this battle. Don't worry. Divine Elephant Demon Emperor said in a deep voice, we'll do our best. This battle is not only for Eastern Wilderness, but also for ourselves. Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor said softly, Sister Shui Dai, don't worry and rest. Leave this battle to us. Even so, the demon thearchs knew that even if no peak imperial emperor appeared in this battle, the eastern wilderness would still be doomed. Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor were two peerless imperial emperors. Baizé Demon Emperor, Sky-Bearing Emperor, Black Snake Demon Emperor, and Araki Takashi, who had just arrived, were only 4 ordinary imperial emperors. How could 6 demon emperors fight against Zhang's army? I hope all of you return victorious. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai looked at Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and the others, nodded, and turned to leave. Great Rock Demon Emperor and One-Legged Ox Demon Emperor also left. The 3 demon emperors tore open the void and left Butterfly Valley, arriving above Di Chio Mountain at the same time. Xue Dai should be severely injured and hasn't recovered. Great Rock Demon Emperor said in a deep voice. One-Legged Ox Demon Emperor asked, "Are we really going to leave Eastern Wilderness and join Zhang?" Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said lightly, "Xue Dai hasn't recovered from her injuries. Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor and the others won't be able to stop this battle with just Divine Elephant. Eastern Wilderness is gone. It's only natural for us to join Zhang. If they win, we'll see. It's almost impossible." Great Rock Demon Emperor suddenly sighed and said, "After all, we've followed Xue Dai for so many years. Now that she's in trouble, we're leaving her. I feel bad." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai shook his head and said, "We've followed her for so many years. We've already done our best to protect Eastern Wilderness. She's unwilling to surrender and wants to fight to the death. I don't want to die with her." End of chapter. Chapter 2944. An army had gathered at the border between the Tai A mountain range and the southern wilderness. Banners were everywhere, and it was a sea of black. Many demon kings stood on top of the mountains. They were led by a group of demon generals and millions of demon soldiers. They were filled with killing intent. The number of demon generals in the army was incalculable. The number of demon kings alone had reached more than 1,000. There were also more than 20 figures with terrifying auras standing in the air. The 4 leading them were Spirit Horn Demon Emperor, Fei Lian Demon Emperor, Nine Demon Emperor, and Huodou Demon Emperor. All 4 of them were peerless demon emperors. Among the 4, only Nine Demon Emperor had a special token with the word Zhang on his waist. Spirit Horn, Fei Lian, and Huodou were originally demon emperors of the Great Wilderness. They had later submitted to Zhang. Behind the 4 peerless demon emperors, there were more than a dozen ordinary demon emperors. They were all demon emperors of the Great Wilderness who had submitted to Zhang. Among the demon emperors, Nine Demon Emperor was clearly the leader. Lord Nine. Spirit Horn Demon Emperor bowed slightly and asked carefully, "Are there any other Emperor Realm helpers on Zhang's side?" The demon race army that had gathered nearby were almost all native forces of the Great Wilderness. They were originally from the Southern Wilderness, Western Wilderness, and Northern Wilderness. In the previous battle with the Eastern Wilderness, Emperor Qing Yan, the 7 Knights Dragon Emperor, and a few native peak emperors of the Great Wilderness had fought with Daiyu. Both sides had been injured and had temporarily stopped fighting. Emperor Qing Yan had disappeared again. No one knew where he went. Only Nine Demon Emperor was left to guard the Great Wilderness. Fei Lian Demon Emperor also asked, "There are still 4 peerless demon emperors in the Eastern Wilderness. If they fight to the death, we may not be able to win." Nine Demon Emperor smiled faintly and said, "The Eastern Wilderness is full of internal conflicts. The Mountain Lords have their own plans. Some of them have even submitted to me. Our army is pressing on the border. The Eastern Wilderness is about to be destroyed. When young Master Di Yen returns and sees that the Eastern Wilderness has been destroyed, he will be overjoyed. Only then will he give you some rewards." Hearing this, the other demon emperors perked up. If Emperor Qing Yen could reward them with some origin stones or treasures containing Genesis Qi, it would greatly benefit their cultivation. Demon Emperor Huado looked serious and said in a deep voice, "Rewards are secondary. I only want to follow Lord Di Yen and conquer the world." Very good. Demon Emperor 9 nodded slightly and sneered in his heart. The demon soldiers, demon generals, demon kings, and demon emperors of the vast wilderness were nothing more than a bunch of ants in their eyes. They were just tools that could be used and discarded at any time. Kill. When the 9 demon emperor saw that the army had assembled, he raised his arm and pointed in the direction of the Tai A mountain range. Kill. Flatten the eastern wilderness. All the demonic emperors shouted. The demon race army of billions also roared loudly and charged towards the Tai A mountain range. It was like a black torrent that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were too many of them. The entire Tai A mountain range was shaking. 9 demon emperor and the other demon emperors moved forward slowly in midair. Below them was the black torrent that could devour and destroy everything. I am Demon King Xylan, the ruler of Xylan nation. I choose to submit to Tsang. A demon king in a purple robe led the demon generals behind him and shouted to the demon emperors in midair. At the same time, they knelt on the ground. The high and mighty demon emperor 9 and the others did not even lower their heads to take a look. They just flew past Demon King Xylan and the others. At the same time, the terrifying black torrent engulfed Demon King Xylan and the Xylan kingdom behind him in front of his shocked and horrified eyes. Slaughter. Blood. Wherever the black torrent passed, there was only one outcome, no matter if one chose to submit or resist. Nothing survived and everything turned into ruins. The foot technique demon emperor of the Tai A mountain range had fallen. The remaining demon kings all had different thoughts. Some chose to submit, while others chose to resist. They could not form a strong barrier at all. The Tai A mountain range was rapidly being devoured by the black torrent. Loud roars and begging could not stop the black torrent. At this moment, the various races and living beings in the Tai A mountain range once again felt the suffocating despair. Regardless of gender or race, living beings in the eastern wilderness were like grass under the black torrent. Blood flowed for thousands of miles, and corpses were everywhere. An old woman knelt on the ground and looked up at the sky. She cried loudly, "Where is the Lord of the eastern wilderness? Please don't give up on us." A middle-aged man clenched the halberd in his hand and stood at the front of his clansmen. He shouted, "The Kunwu clan will never retreat. We swear to protect our last home." In the Tai A mountain range, more and more experts stood out. Compared to the oncoming black torrent, they were so weak and could not even withstand a single blow. Even so, they still did not retreat. Even if they were like moths flying into a flame, they would not regret it. They were willing to give up everything for their home and clansmen. Boom! At this moment, a purple figure fell from the sky and landed heavily in the black torrent. The horrifying impact formed a huge shockwave that instantly swept the surrounding demon soldiers and demon generals into pieces. The black torrent was interrupted by this purple figure, and there was a slight pause. But soon, more black torrents surged toward this purple figure, wanting to tear him into pieces. Whoosh! At this moment, with this purple figure as the center, black flames suddenly lit up around him and spread rapidly. Although the black torrent was ferocious and unstoppable, it could not extinguish the black flames. Even a few demon kings could not dodge in time and were swallowed by the black flames. Even after releasing their grotto heavens, they could not resist and were burned to ashes. This black flame condensed into a huge black lotus in the overwhelming torrent. It was extremely shocking. Hellfire had descended upon the vast wilderness. Wu Dao's original body had cultivated to the perfected martial domain realm, and the power of hellfire had also increased. Even peak-stage demon kings could not resist it. But just one hellfire was still unable to stop the black torrent in front of him. Wu Dao's original body formed hand seals and pointed toward the sky. After cultivating the martial Dao, he rarely used any Dharma spells or divine abilities. However, at this moment, as Wu Dao's original body chanted Sanskrit, lotus flowers suddenly descended from the sky. Even the ground was surging with lotus flowers. This was originally a Buddhist divine power known as falling heavenly flowers, and golden lotuses bloom from the ground. However, after Wu Dao's original body refined it and converted it into his own profundity, he deduced a new Dharma spell. There was only one type of falling heavenly flowers and surging lotus flowers. Red karmic fire lotus. It was as though a red lotus rain was falling from the sky. Every single red karmic fire lotus surged out from the ground like a volcano erupting. Lava spewed out and blocked the black torrent completely. Wu Dao's original body descended and blocked the army of billions of demons single-handedly. Chapter 29:45. This red lotus fire rain was something that even a demon king could not withstand, let alone a group of demon soldiers and demon generals. Wu Dao's real body, which had fallen into the black torrent, finally attracted the attention of the demon emperors in the sky. Wu Dao's real body did not emit the aura of a martial emperor. Therefore, even though Wu Dao's real body had appeared, the demon emperors did not think much of him. However, the descent of the red lotus fire rain still caused the demon emperors to frown slightly. They stopped in their tracks and looked down at the purple figure on the battlefield. Is this karmic fire? Someone actually mastered this kind of fire? Who is this person? What is his cultivation level? Why have we not seen him before? Although they had seen many demon soldiers and demon generals, and even demon kings, die at the hands of Wu Dao's real body, the demon emperors were not worried at all. They only discussed among themselves. The spirit horn demon emperor's eyes were clear. After a while, he muttered, "This person's cultivation technique is a little strange. Although he has not reached the martial emperor realm, his battle strength should be at the level of a quasi-emperor. Quasi-emperors are not rare." The Nine demon emperor waved his hand casually and said, "Kill him." The hook snake demon emperor said first, "Leave such a small fry to me." Among the dozen or so ordinary demon emperors, the hook snake demon emperor reacted the fastest. Killing a quasi-emperor was just a casual matter. The others did not dare to compete with him. Originally, the Tai mountain range could not withstand the onslaught of the black torrent formed by the billions of demon race soldiers. However, after Wu Dao's real body arrived, the situation of the Tai mountain range immediately showed signs of turning around. At this moment, a man in a python robe descended from the sky. He had already locked onto Wu Dao's real body, who was killing everyone on the battlefield. He was too fast. The hook snake demon emperor was still high in the sky a moment ago. The next moment, the hook snake demon emperor had already transformed into his real body and arrived beside Wu Dao's real body. Wu Dao's real body did not seem to notice all this. The hook snake race was a pure-blooded ferocious beast. As for the hook snake that had cultivated to the demon the arch level, it had almost no weaknesses. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales that were indestructible. There were even sharp barbs growing out from the gaps between the scales. Once they pierced into the flesh, they would be firmly nailed inside. Of course, the hook snake clan's strongest means of attack was still the forked hook on its tail. It was suffused with a dark green glow and was extremely poisonous. It was indestructible and could pierce through everything. The hook snake demon Monarch came to the side of Wu Dao's real body and coiled around Wu Dao's real body. Many of the living beings in the Tai mountain range could not bear to continue watching. This was the hook snake clan's killer move. Even a demonic emperor expert would not dare to be entangled by the hook snake. There was no need to wait for the hook serpent to exert its strength. Just the barbs on the hook serpent's body were enough to pierce through and tear apart any living being. The snake's body coiled around, and it could even squeeze living beings into a pool of blood. Even the primordial spirit wouldn't have a chance to escape. Countless gazes were focused on this scene. Finally, someone noticed the anomaly. There was something wrong with the hook snake demon monarch's expression, and a hint of panic flashed through the depths of his eyes. Almost everyone thought that Wu Dao's real body was dead for sure. No one knew what the hook snake demon monarch was facing. He had indeed coiled around the purple-robed human. However, the barbs on his body could not penetrate the purple-robed human's flesh. No matter how he exerted his strength, the barbs on his scales could not pierce through. Because he exerted too much strength, a few of the barbs even snapped. Was that a human? What kind of body did that human cultivate? Even if he had not summoned his own world, there was no way a quasi-emperor expert would be able to defend against his demonic emperor physique. Could that person also be a demonic emperor expert? The hook snake demon monarch finally realized what kind of opponent he was facing. However, it was already too late by the time he reacted. How dare you approach me? You're courting death. The purple-robed human spoke. It was neither a threat nor a conversation. It was more like he was muttering to himself. The next moment, the hook snake demon monarch suddenly felt a tremendous and terrifying power burst forth from the purple-robed human's body. It was like a volcano erupting and was unstoppable. Boom! There was a loud explosion. This was the sound of blood circulating. The sound was terrifying, and it was as though the mountains were collapsing and the earth was collapsing. Countless blood chi burst forth. The body of Wu Dao's real body seemed to swell as his limbs stretched out and blood chi spewed out. Poof! Under everyone's gaze, the hook snake demon monarch's massive body suddenly exploded into several pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and blood stained the void, leaving behind a cloud of blood mist. Hiss! Many living beings were dumbfounded and shocked as they watched this scene in disbelief. The hook snake demon monarch had actually died. Hook snake demon monarch's essence spirit did not escape from the blood mist. The blood mist rapidly evaporated and Wu Dao's real body reappeared. He quickly rose into the air and looked down at the demon army below. He said coldly, "Retreat from the Tai mountain range. Otherwise, die." This sentence was abnormally short, but who would dare to ignore it after he had just killed a demon monarch? Who wouldn't be afraid of the billions of demons? One had to know that Tsang and Eastern Wilderness had been at war for many years. There had been several battles between imperial emperors, causing the world to shatter and dim. Even so, there were very few cases of imperial emperors dying on both sides. Generally speaking, in the arch battle between Tsang and Eastern Wilderness, each side would fight against their own experts. For example, Dai Yu would do her best to block all the peak imperial emperors on Tsang's side. The peerless demon monarch of Tsang would fight against the peerless demon monarch of Eastern Wilderness. The remaining battles would be between ordinary demon monarchs. In a battle between demon monarchs of the same cultivation level, it was easy to determine the victor, but it was difficult to determine life and death. When imperial emperors saw that the situation was not good, they could completely withdraw and retreat. But now, Tsang had launched a large-scale attack. Just now, one of Tsang's demon monarchs had died. Moreover, the entire process had happened so quickly and suddenly. It was almost an instant kill. At that moment, Tsang's billions of soldiers were afraid and did not dare to step forward. They were intimidated by Wu Dao's aura alone. Meanwhile, Wu Dao's original body had also arrived in the sky and stopped Nine Demon Monarch and the others. What was shocking was that Wu Dao's original body had his back facing Eastern Wilderness. He was facing more than 20 demon monarchs, but his aura was not inferior at all. "Who are you?" Nine Demon Monarch looked at Wu Dao's original body not far away and asked. Araki Takeshi. Wu Dao's original body replied. I don't know you. Nine Demon Monarch smirked with a contemptuous expression. It doesn't matter. Wu Dao's original body said indifferently, from today onwards, my Dao name will become a taboo for you. These words sounded extremely arrogant in the ears of the many living beings. At that moment, no one realized what this sentence meant in the future. The demon monarchs on the opposite side were stunned. Ha ha ha. Soon, the demon monarchs reacted and burst into laughter. Nine Demon Monarch was even more disdainful. He looked at Wu Dao's original body with ridicule and mockery. This purple-robed human was too naive. Become a taboo for us? Nine Demon Monarch shook his head and laughed. Ignorant human. You have no idea who your opponent is. You will never imagine how powerful Tsang is. We don't even take that Shui Dai seriously. What are you? Chapter 2946. At this moment, the void behind Wu Dao's original body cracked open, and 5 figures with terrifying auras walked out. Behind the 5 figures, there were many monster kings leading countless monster soldiers and monster generals. They charged out and came to the sky above Tai A mountain range. Divine Elephant Monster Emperor, Nine-Tailed Monster Emperor, Baizai Monster Emperor, Sky-Bearing Emperor, and Black Snake Monster Emperor had finally shown up. The 5 emperors had taken some time to arrive because they had gone to their respective mountain ranges to gather their monster armies. The monster emperors from Eastern Wilderness are here to help. Seeing this scene, the myriad beings of the Tai mountain range immediately let out a burst of cheers, their spirits greatly roused. Although the 5 monster emperors had brought their monster armies, they were far inferior in numbers. But in terms of momentum, Eastern Wilderness was not at a disadvantage. Divine Elephant Monster Emperor, Nine-Tailed Monster Emperor, and the others led their armies here. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked. Before they came here, they were already prepared for a fierce battle. But when they appeared, they found that Tsang's hundreds of millions of troops had stopped moving, as if they were stunned by an invisible force. Tsang's 20-odd monster emperors were also stopped. And there was only one person on the other side, Araki Takeshi with a silver mask. Seeing Divine Elephant Monster Emperor and the others, Nine Demon Emperor's expression did not change much. He was still relaxed and said with a smile, "You see, this is the last force of Eastern Wilderness. 2 peerless monster emperors." Including Araki Takeshi, there were 4 ordinary monster emperors. On Tsang's side, there were 4 peerless monster emperors, twice as many as Eastern Wilderness. In terms of the number of ordinary monster emperors, Tsang had a huge advantage, 4 times more than Eastern Wilderness. Seeing that Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Rock Monster Emperor from Eastern Wilderness did not appear, Spirit Horn Monster Emperor heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Eastern Wilderness would definitely lose this battle. Everyone. Nine Demon Emperor said loudly, "Leave Divine Elephant and Nine-Tailed to the 4 of us. As for Araki Takeshi, Baizai, and the others, I'll leave them to you. We won't let you down." The monster emperors shouted softly. "Kill." The 2 sides had already fought for many years. As soon as they met, they didn't waste any words and directly erupted into the most intense battle. On the Tai A mountain range, the Black Torrent swept over again and collided with the army of the Eastern Wilderness. Demon soldiers, demon generals, and even demon kings were fighting. But in a battle of this scale, the true deciding factor was the battle between the great emperors. Nine Demon Monarch, Spirit Horn Demon Monarch, Fei Lian Demon Monarch, and Huado Demon Monarch charged towards the Divine Elephant Demon Monarch and Nine-Tailed Demon Monarch. The remaining dozen ordinary demonic emperors surrounded Wu Dao's real body and Bai Zai demonic emperor. Boom! 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 Both sides were great emperors. They didn't test each other's strength and directly brought out their respective worlds. In an instant, numerous worlds appeared in the skies of the vast wilderness. They were earth-shattering, and the skies of the vast wilderness were completely covered. The divine elephant demon monarch's chi and blood surged and transformed into his true form. His 8 ivory tusks were as white as jade. They were sharp and exuded a mysterious halo. The divine elephant raised its trunk and cried into the sky. The divine elephant demon monarch's great world was incomparably heavy, as if it could suppress everything. One could see the figures of ancient mammoths inside. 10,000 mammoths roared and the stars fell. The 9-tailed demonic emperor's great world was a blurry dream. It seemed real and illusory at the same time. Everyone saw a different world when facing the 9-tailed demonic emperor. The charms they faced were also different. The 9-tailed demonic emperor's great world could evoke the desires in the depths of every living being's heart and help them grow and strengthen. The 9-Yin demon monarch and the other 3 peerless great emperors also transformed into their true forms and released their great worlds. The spirit horn demon monarch was a spirit rhinoceros that had cultivated into a demon. The Fei Lian had the head of a bird, the body of a deer, and a pair of wings. Hua Dou's body was covered in long black hair. Fine flames burned between the hair, making him look like a ferocious dog bathed in black flames. Both of them were pure-blooded ferocious beasts and had bloodline inheritances on Tianhuang mainland. As for the 9-Yin demon monarch's true form, it was indeed somewhat mystical. It actually transformed into 9 divine phoenix heads and had a terrifying aura that suppressed all living beings present. As the 6 peerless great emperors fought, the 6 great worlds collided continuously, causing heaven and earth to tremble and mountains to collapse. After all, it was 2 against 4. Soon, the divine elephant demon monarch and the 9-tailed demonic emperor were suppressed and fell into a disadvantage. On the other side, the ordinary great emperors fought. The situation in Eastern Wilderness was even more severe. An Eastern Wilderness demonic emperor was going against 4 demonic emperors. The moment the 2 sides exchanged blows, the Bai Zai demon monarch, sky-bearing emperor, and the black snake demon monarch could no longer hold on. The world they created shook and was on the verge of collapse. The battle between great emperors was slightly different from the battle between great emperors and Grotto Heaven kings. In a battle between great emperors, even if the Grotto Heaven was destroyed, it could repair itself. The so-called Grotto Heaven was a Grotto Heaven that was opened outside the body and connected to the heavens. It could absorb heaven-earth essence chi from the heavens to nourish the Grotto Heaven. Therefore, in a battle between great emperors, it was normal for Grotto Heavens to be damaged or even collapse. Great emperors did not have many concerns. But when a Grotto Heaven transformed into a world, the situation changed. In order to nourish a world, what was needed was not heaven-earth essence chi, but a higher level of power, Genesis chi. But in a medium-class world, it was difficult to find treasures with Genesis chi. As a result, when great emperors fought, even if they brought out a world, they would be very careful and try not to let their world be destroyed. Because once the world was destroyed, it would take a long time to repair it, and they also needed treasures with Genesis chi. Dai Yu was in such a situation now. In order to defeat Emperor Qing Yan and the others, her great perfection world had been shattered and had not healed. In the last battle, she was seriously injured and her physical condition was also very poor. If not, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the others might not have the intention to leave. Bai Zai Demon Monarch, Sky-bearing Emperor, and the Black Snake Demon Monarch's world was on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, the 3 great emperors hurriedly dispersed the world. But without the protection of a world, the 3 faced the attacks of more than a dozen great emperors, and it was even more difficult for them to resist. On the other side, There were also 4 great emperors who came to Wu Dao's original body. Wu Dao's original body had just killed Hook's snake demon Monarch, and the 4 great emperors who came to find him did not dare to be careless. They all transformed into their original bodies. One of them was a blood leech that was thousands of feet long. It had 8 wings as thin as cicada's wings, and its whole body was blood red. The world behind it was also filled with blood mist, and it emitted a nauseating smell of blood. Any living creature that enters my world will be devoured and turned into my nourishment. The blood leech demon Monarch stared at Wu Dao's original body, his eyes flashing. The more powerful the living creature's blood qi was, the more exciting and beneficial it would be to him. He could feel the powerful blood qi that was about to burst out from Wu Dao's original body. The other 3 demon thearchs also transformed into their true forms. They were all green birds. A cicada that was constantly chirping and covered in frost. And a pitch-black scorpion that was shaking its scorpion tail. The 4 great emperors held up the 4 worlds, blocked all the exits, and enveloped Wu Dao's original body. Chapter 2947. The battle between Eastern Wilderness and Tsang broke out again. Not long after the 2 sides started fighting, the Eastern Wilderness was completely suppressed. On the battlefield of peerless Imperial Emperors, Divine Elephant and Nine-Tailed Imperial Emperors were fighting 2 against 4. Their respective great worlds were already overwhelmed and on the verge of collapse. On the battlefield of ordinary Imperial Emperors, Eastern Wilderness by Zay, Sky-Bearing, and Black Snake Imperial Emperor were facing even greater pressure. Every Imperial Emperor had to face the joint attacks of 4 Imperial Emperors. They were retreating and could be severely injured at any time. Once the Imperial Emperors of Eastern Wilderness were defeated, the other Imperial Emperors and Imperial Emperors would also be defeated. They would not be able to resist Tsang's army of billions. However, after Wu Dao's true body attacked, some changes happened on the battlefield. This change did not even attract the attention of Nine Yin and the other Imperial Emperors at first. But soon, they realized that the situation was no longer under their control. Boom! A loud sound came from the body of the martial Dao true body. A red halo burst out, and flames soared into the sky. With Wu Dao's true body as the center, the flames spread in all directions, instantly engulfing the Blood Leech Imperial Emperor, Blue Bird Imperial Emperor, Sky Scorpion Imperial Emperor, and Han Chan Imperial Emperor. The power of a domain was different from a grotto heaven and a world. The 4 Imperial Emperors had never seen it before, but when the 4 of them joined forces, there was no need to dodge Wu Dao's true body's counterattack. They directly propped up a world and suppressed it. When the 4 Imperial Emperors fell into Wu Dao's purgatory, they realized that something was wrong. In Wu Dao's purgatory, 6 types of powerful flames transformed into 6 flaming divine dragons. They constantly circled in the domain, emitting a terrifying heat that seemed to be able to incinerate everything. The 4 Imperial Emperors' worlds had just fallen into Wu Dao's purgatory, and they were about to collapse. The Blood Leech Imperial Emperor's world was filled with a large amount of blood mist. It was filthy and evil, and it could devour all living things and turn them into its own nutrients. But under the burning of Wu Dao's purgatory, the blood mist inside quickly evaporated. Even the Blood Leech Imperial Emperor's true body was burned until his skin and flesh were lacerated. He let out an ear-piercing scream. Demon Emperor Cold Cicada's world was covered in ice and frost, which was the complete opposite of the power emanating from Wu Dao's purgatory. This world of ice and frost would also emit a series of strange cicada cries that could ignore the defenses of living creatures, penetrate their eardrums, and rush into their sea of consciousness. The slightest carelessness would cause irreversible damage to the essence spirit. Cicadas chirped incessantly, mournful and ear-piercing. Wu Dao's main body was expressionless. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and let out a world-shaking roar. In an instant, It was as if all the creatures in the world were roaring and shouting at the same time. Sound of myriad spirits. After Wu Dao's true body sound domain's secret technique erupted, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Everything fell silent. The chirping of cicadas, the shouts on the battlefield, the fighting, the collision of weapons, all sound disappeared in an instant. Demon Emperor Cold Cicada's eyes were dull. Dense cracks appeared in the world behind him, and it suddenly collapsed. At the same time, Demon Emperor Cold Cicada's body was also torn apart by the sound of myriad spirits. After being burned by the flames of Wu Dao's purgatory, he turned into ashes and died. Another Demon Emperor had fallen. What was more terrifying was that Demon Emperor Cold Cicada seemed to have been killed by Araki Takashi's roar. This scene was too shocking. A Demon Emperor didn't even have a chance to escape before dying on the spot without leaving a corpse behind. Tsang and Eastern Wilderness had fought many battles, but such a situation had never happened before. The cicada race's physical body and bloodline were not considered strong. Although the Cold Cicada race was the king of the cicada race, they could not withstand the impact of the sound of myriad spirits. The sound of myriad spirits' influence did not stop there. Within the range of Wu Dao's purgatory, the Blood Leech Demon Emperor, the Blue Bird Demon Emperor, and the Sky Scorpion Demon Emperor were all injured by the sound of myriad spirits. Their bodies shook violently, and they spat out blood. The three Demon Emperors' physical bodies and bloodlines were extraordinary. Although they could withstand the impact of the sound of myriad spirits, large cracks appeared in the world behind them, and it was about to collapse. If they put away the world now, they would immediately be burned to ashes by Wu Dao's purgatory when they were severely injured. Helpless, the three Demon Emperors could only forcibly hold on to the broken world and flee outside. However, this was Wu Dao's true body's domain. Once one was trapped in a domain, one would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. The three Demon Emperors surged their blood essence and supported their bloodline avatars. Together with the broken world, they finally escaped to the edge of Wu Dao's purgatory. Boom! 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 The three Demon Emperors wanted to charge out, but a barrier covered in mysterious runes appeared at the edge of Wu Dao's purgatory, blocking them. Their enormous bodies crashed into the barrier of Wu Dao's purgatory, making loud sounds, and then fell to the ground. The barrier did not move at all, as if it had not been hit at all. Not only that, the mysterious runes on the barrier seemed to have been stimulated and released flames that landed on their bodies. The three Demon Emperors' eyes widened, their faces pale, and despair surged in their eyes. The flames swept over, and in the blink of an eye, the three Demon Emperors were drowned in three huge balls of fire, making a series of crackling sounds. The three Demon Emperors' worlds had been shattered and scattered in Wu Dao's purgatory. With the current strength of Wu Dao's true body, it would be easy to refine the fragments of the Grotto Heaven. However, it would take some time to refine the fragments of the Grotto Heaven. Wu Dao's true body temporarily swallowed the fragments of the Grotto Heaven and placed them in his body. Then, he turned and walked toward another battlefield. The four Demon Emperors who had besieged him were all dead, with no exception. Zhang Jiuyin, Ling Jiao, Fei Lian, and Huadou, the four peerless Demon Emperors, saw this scene, and their faces turned ugly. However, the four of them did not take it to heart, and only frowned. In their eyes, Wu Dao's true body was just an ordinary Demon Emperor. Although Wu Dao's purgatory was powerful, it was still weaker than their great world. As long as they killed the Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and the Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, the situation would still be under their control. Whoosh! Wu Dao's true body plowed through the sky, leaving behind a gigantic ravine in the sky. He brought with him an unstoppable aura as he descended on another battlefield. Zhangxi Demon Emperor, Dark Wasp Demon Emperor, Fire Rat Demon Emperor, and Wind Jackal Demon Emperor were besieging Demon Emperor Bai Zhe of the Eastern Wilderness. They had also just noticed that Wu Dao's true body had killed Demon Emperor Han Chan. However, they did not expect Wu Dao's true body to come so quickly and with such a fierce aura. "Everyone, be careful." Shi Demon Emperor shouted softly and used a secret technique. His entire body was covered with a layer of dark golden keratin, which was extremely rough and indestructible. In the next moment, Wu Dao's purgatory enveloped the 4 demon emperors, and raging flames engulfed them. "Kill!" Shi Demon Emperor shouted and punched at Wu Dao's true body with his bare hands. He was from the Stone Tribe. The Stone Tribe's physical body was also ranked at the top among the thousands of tribes. There weren't many races that could contend with the Stone Men in close-quarters combat. The recent updates are not good. Ahem, how are you going to spend May Day? End of chapter. Chapter 2948. Wu Dao's original body didn't dodge. Instead, he punched Shi Demon the Arch. Boom! The 2 fists collided, creating a loud explosion. The surrounding void shook, and a large number of dense cracks appeared. The aftermath was like a huge wave, spreading in all directions. The commotion caused by this collision was not any weaker than the collision of 2 worlds. Shi Demon Thearcha's body shook, and his eyes widened. The 2 fists collided, motionless. It was as if time had stopped. The Dark Wasp Demon the Arch and Fire Rat Demon the Arch turned around and pounced on Wu Dao's original body. Only the Wind Jackal Demon the Arch was left to deal with by Zai Demon the Arch. Zai Demon the Arch was already injured. Even the Wind Jackal Demon the Arch couldn't turn the situation around. He kept retreating. Before the Dark Wasp Demon the Arch and Fire Rat Demon the Arch could reach Wu Dao's original body, Shi Demon Thearcha's body suddenly exploded into pieces. Blood mist filled the air. It was a shocking scene. The Shi Demon the Arch, who was known for his physical body, was smashed into pieces by Araki Takashi in close combat. Even the world behind Shi Demon the Arch collapsed instantly. Shi Demon Thearcha's primordial spirit wanted to escape from the blood mist. However, he was trapped in Wu Dao's purgatory. The blood mist evaporated, and the primordial spirit was exposed. It was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Another demon the Arch had fallen. 6 demon Thearchs had died in the hands of Wu Dao's original body since the start of the battle. Although these 6 were just ordinary demon Thearchs, it was enough to shock the world. Although Eastern Wilderness was still at a disadvantage in the battlefield of peerless demon Thearchs. However, the overall situation had changed. The rest of the ordinary demon Thearchs could see how powerful Wu Dao's original body was. If they couldn't suppress him, they would most likely be defeated one by one. Go support them. The demon Thearchs that were besieging the Black Snake Demon the Arch and Emperor Qing Tian all moved and charged towards Wu Dao's original body. In addition to the Dark Wasp Demon the Arch and Fire Rat Demon the Arch, there were 10 demon Thearchs attacking Wu Dao's original body. Let's destroy his domain first. The Golden Condor Demon Monarch's eyes were sharp as he said in a deep voice, if we fall into this domain, we will be in a passive position and it will be difficult for us to fight against him. 10 worlds came over at the same time, fiercely crashing into the martial path purgatory. Boom! 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 Wu Dao's purgatory clashed with the 10 worlds, causing a series of explosions. The runes on the purgatory's barrier flickered continuously. In the process of the collision, the light of these runes gradually dimmed. Although Wu Dao's purgatory was powerful, it still had its limits. After suppressing and devouring the small worlds of the Blood Leech, Green Bird, Cold Cicada, and Sky Scorpion, his strength was also depleted. Otherwise, the Dark Wasp Demon Monarch, Fire Rat Demon Monarch, and Wind Jackal Demon Monarch would not have lasted until now. Now, 10 small worlds were pressuring over at the same time. They had already broken through the limits of Wu Dao's purgatory and were on the verge of collapse. The symbols were obliterated and the raging flames weakened. Cracks also appeared on the Purgatory's barrier. Of course, the 10 Beast Emperors were also not in a good state. The pressure was even greater. Although the 10 small worlds had the upper hand and were about to suppress Wu Dao's Purgatory, the terrifying power of Wu Dao's Purgatory also caused great damage to their small worlds. Several small worlds were burned red by Wu Dao's Purgatory and were almost transparent. Flames began to burn in the small worlds. If the stalemate continued for a long time, their small worlds would also be damaged or even collapse. What kind of Dao technique does this person cultivate? Why isn't he withdrawing his domain? The 10 Beast Emperors' expressions were ugly and anxious. Normally speaking, if they saw that their world was about to be destroyed, they would temporarily put it away in order to keep it intact. After all, to repair a world, one would need treasures with Genesis Chi or other world fragments. No matter which one, they were extremely rare. But Wu Dao's Purgatory was different. Wu Dao's Purgatory was a domain. Although it could resist many small worlds in terms of power, its domain had not reached the Emperor stage. Even if Wu Dao's Purgatory was destroyed, it would not affect Wu Dao's main body much. To repair a domain, one did not need Genesis Chi treasures or world fragments. Wu Dao's main body could devour heaven and earth Yuan Qi and refine the mysteries of the 100 scriptures. Wu Dao's Purgatory would soon be restored to its original state. Therefore, the two sides were in a stalemate. More and more cracks appeared on Wu Dao's Purgatory, but Wu Dao's main body still had no intention of withdrawing his hand. He was still constantly urging his primordial spirit to maintain Wu Dao's Purgatory as long as possible. This time, the 10 demonic emperors were in for a hard time. Wu Dao's main body did not withdraw his domain. They had just witnessed the power of Wu Dao's Purgatory and did not dare to withdraw their worlds. They could only grit their teeth and endure. Several Beast Emperors' small worlds were already showing signs of damage. Cracks appeared and spread continuously. These Beast Emperors were sweating profusely and their faces were pale. Rumble. Finally, Wu Dao's Purgatory collapsed with a loud bang. The 10 monster monarchs were invigorated. They heaved a long sigh of relief and hurriedly put away their cracked or scorched worlds. They took out their monarch weapons and surrounded Wu Dao's original body. Araki Takashi was only one person after all. In their opinion, Desolate Marshal would not be able to defend against the encirclement of 10 demon emperors without the reliance of the flame domain. Even without the support of a world, a Beast Emperor expert could easily overturn rivers and seas and destroy heaven and earth. Looking at the 10 Beast Emperors besieging him, Wu Dao's main body was expressionless. His eyes were as deep as the sea. He took half a step forward, raised his hand, and punched the void in front of him. There was no secret technique. The great Dao was simple. The Dao and laws of the main body, Wu Dao's will, and Wu Dao's essence, Qi, and spirit were all integrated into this punch. Boom! The void collapsed and collapsed. It emitted a strong suction force that pulled the 10 Beast Emperors towards the collapsed void. It was an extremely strange scene. It was as if Wu Dao's main body had punched and the 10 Beast Emperors had taken the initiative to collide with his fist. The 10 Beast Emperors were also shocked. They were shocked to find that they could not control their bodies at all. It was as if there was a bottomless abyss beneath the fist, dragging their bodies and trying to devour them. Soon, the 10 Beast Emperors calmed down. After all, they had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. With the 10 Beast Emperors working together, even if they could fight Araki Takashi head-on, how could they not win? Moreover, Araki Takashi was bare-handed. Furthermore, each and every one of them held at least one imperial armament in their hands. Boom! The 10 Beast Emperors controlled their emperor weapons and collided with Wu Dao's main body's fist. There was a deafening explosion. Then, a scene that shocked all living beings on the battlefield happened. The 10 Beast Emperors stood still. The 10 Beast Emperors trembled and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated. Some of them had their hairpins knocked out by Wu Dao's main body's punch. Their hair was disheveled and they were in a sorry state. Some of the monster monarchs couldn't even hold their monarch weapons. Their hands were bleeding, and their faces were filled with shock. The 10 Beast Emperors working together had been utterly defeated by Wu Dao's main body's punch. End of chapter. Chapter 2949. Something's not right. Run. The 10 demonic emperors had a mental breakdown after being punched by Wu Dao's real body. They no longer dared to fight and turned to run. Wu Dao's real body turned and looked at the demonic emperors who were fighting with Bai Zhe, Black Snake, and Emperor Qing Tian. The demonic emperors felt a chill down their spines when Wu Dao's real body looked at them. Their hair stood on end and their scalps went numb. Originally, they had the absolute upper hand. However, upon seeing the 10 demonic beast thearchs being defeated, the martial Dao main body could find them at any moment. The demonic beast thearchs didn't dare to stay any longer as they retreated and distanced themselves from the martial Dao main body. If Wu Dao's real body wanted to continue to hunt down these ordinary demonic emperors, he could still kill them. However, the divine elephant and nine-tailed demonic emperor could no longer hold on in the battlefield of the demonic emperors. Moreover, one of the 4 peerless demonic emperors was also targeting him. The 3 of you quickly finish off the divine elephant and nine-tailed demonic emperor. Leave Araki Takeshi to me. Nine demonic emperor said and rushed towards Wu Dao's real body. Above the desolate sea, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Rock Demonic Emperor, and Ox Demonic Emperor stood in the air and looked in the direction of the Tai A mountain range. Their gazes penetrated the layers of void and saw the situation on the battlefield. Ox Demonic Emperor was surprised and said, "I did not expect this Araki Takeshi to be so powerful. He is almost invincible among the ordinary demonic emperors. I wonder where Xue Dai recruited this person." Rock Demonic Emperor murmured. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai pondered and said, "This person's Dao technique is very strange, but there are traces of it. It should be from Xue Dai." Ox Demonic Emperor said, "With the addition of Araki Takeshi, Eastern Baron might be able to survive this battle." No chance. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai shook his head and said, "Nine has already targeted him. Although Araki Takeshi is strong, he is not strong enough to fight against a peerless demon emperor. Moreover, his flame domain has been destroyed. After losing his strongest move, he had to fight against more than a dozen demon emperors. He must have consumed a lot of energy. Now, he might be at the end of his rope." At that moment, the 3 shifter thearchs sensed something. A gaze came from Butterfly Valley. Dai Yu. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the other 2 did not dare to look him in the eye. They lowered their heads and remained silent. After a while, the gaze disappeared. Although Dai Yu did not say a word, the 3 of them knew the meaning behind her gaze. Given the current situation, if the 3 of them joined the battle, the Eastern continent would definitely win. However, Dai Yu did not say anything to them from the beginning to the end. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai knew that Dai Yu would never ask for help. Or perhaps, Dai Yu was already extremely disappointed in them. In the sky above the Taya mountain range, the 9 demon emperor's body was humongous and covered the sky. His 9 divine phoenix heads looked majestic and incomparably mystical. Each divine phoenix head could spew out terrifying flames. Whoosh! The 9 demon emperor descended from the sky and crouched down, charging towards Wu Dao's real body. Compared to the 9 demon emperor's humongous body, Wu Dao's real body was extremely small. This scene was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Die! The 9 demon emperor propped up the great world behind him, which was filled with flames and lava, and enveloped Wu Dao's real body. Faced with the 9 Demon Emperor's ferocious attack, Wu Dao's real body did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of waves crashing against the shore could be heard from Wu Dao's real body. Immediately after, his body became illusory and real. What replaced it was a huge furnace that was surrounded by 6 types of powerful flames that burned red. This huge furnace almost broke through the heavens and earth. Its aura was majestic, as if it could refine everything in the world. Heaven and earth as the furnace, creation as the workmanship, yin and yang as the charcoal, and everything as the copper. The voice of Wu Dao's real body was calm and powerful as it came from the huge furnace. Bloodline Avatar, Heaven and Earth Furnace. Of course, just relying on the Heaven and Earth Furnace was still unable to fight against the 9 Demon Emperor's great world. After the Heaven and Earth Furnace was formed, a bronze square cauldron appeared in Wu Dao's real body's hands. The arch-divine weapon, prison-suppressing cauldron. Roar. Roar. Screech. Roar. For earth-shattering roars suddenly came from the prison-suppressing cauldron. For light shadows peeled off the walls of the cauldron and appeared in mid-air. Azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise. The 4 saint souls seemed to be real and lifelike. They exuded a domineering aura that could intimidate all living beings. At the same time, they stared at the 9 Demon Emperor. Although the 9 Demon Emperor was an extremely mystical demonic beast, he was still shocked when he saw the 4 saint souls appear. This was the suppression from the bloodline, and it was not under his control. But soon, the 9 Demon Emperor realized that the 4 saint beasts were just souls. They were not real existences with flesh and blood. Moreover, the 4 saint souls were only materialized with the help of weapons. The 9 Demon Emperor was relieved when he realized this. Kill. The 9 Demon Emperor held up his great world. Wu Dao's real body operated the Heaven and Earth Furnace. With the prison-suppressing cauldron in his hand and the 4 saint souls around him, he charged toward the 9 Demon Emperor's great world. Boom! 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 The 2 sides collided and a series of collisions erupted. Neither side retreated. Wu Dao's real body activated the Heaven and Earth Furnace, the prison-suppressing cauldron, and the 4 saint souls to the maximum. He could even fight against the 9 Demon Emperor's great world. Whoosh! 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 The 9 divine phoenix heads of the 9 Demon Emperor opened their bloody mouths and spat out streams of blazing lava toward Wu Dao's real body. But when the blazing lava entered the Heaven and Earth Furnace, it increased the power of the Heaven and Earth Furnace. The aura of Wu Dao's real body also rose. His eyes were like torches as he swung the prison-suppressing cauldron and launched a fierce attack at the 9 Demon Emperor. Boom! 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 The 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle again. After all, the 9 Demon Emperor was a peerless demon emperor. The great world that he condensed was also indestructible. Even with the Heaven and Earth Furnace, the prison-suppressing cauldron, and the 4 saint souls combined, it was difficult to defeat the great world. Neither of them was willing to retreat. They continued to fight in the sky. It was earth-shattering and attracted countless gazes. As time passed, the light of the 9 Demon Emperor's great world gradually dimmed. The Heaven and Earth Furnace of Wu Dao's real body had also consumed a lot of energy and was on the verge of collapse. You can't hold on for long. The 9 Demon Emperor gritted his teeth and said. He had never been forced to this extent by a human. This was a great humiliation to him. Today, he must kill this Araki Takashi on the spot. At this moment, the eyes of Wu Dao's real body shone brightly. A huge door suddenly appeared behind him. It was pitch black inside and black flames were spewing out. Countless pale palms grabbed at the 9 Demon Emperor. The door of Avicii. The Nine Demon Emperor and Wu Dao's real body were originally in a stalemate. Because of the sudden appearance of the door of Avicii, the stalemate was instantly broken. The Nine Demon Emperor was dragged into the door of Avicii by the countless large hands that stretched out. He was burned by the Avicii demonic chi and hellfire. Ah! 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 A shrill scream came from the door of Avicii. Chapter 2950. After all, Nine was a peerless demon the Arch. His blood chi was shocking, his physique was strong, and he came from Tsang. Even if he was trapped in the door of Avicii, surrounded by the Avicii demonic chi and burned by the hellfire, he could not be completely suppressed. Wu Dao's original body could clearly feel that Nine Demon the Arch was struggling in the door of Avicii, trying to break free. After all, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. The door of Avicii's Dao technique had not reached the level where it could kill a peerless demon the Arch. Nine Demon Thearka's screams were more due to the pain brought to him by the hellfire. The hellfire contained the pain of thousands of living beings. Even if it could not severely injure Nine Demon the Arch, it could still make him suffer so much that he wished he was dead. Nine Demon the Arch was also clear that his life would not be harmed just by being trapped in the door. However, if he continued to stay, his will and Dao heart would collapse first. At that thought, a look of determination flashed across Nine Demon Thearka's eyes. He wanted to refine his own great world to get a chance to escape. Even if his great world was destroyed, as long as he returned to Tsang, he could still obtain a large amount of resources to repair his great world. Boom! A loud sound came from the door of Avicii. A huge and ferocious force burst out from the door of Avicii and hit the heaven and earth furnace. This huge force not only shattered the door of Avicii, but also the heaven and earth furnace. Wu Dao's original body reappeared. Nine Demon the Arch broke through the door of Avicii and escaped. His 9 divine phoenix heads and 18 blood-red phoenix eyes stared fiercely at Wu Dao's original body with a murderous aura. Screech! Nine Demon Thearka's 9 divine phoenix heads roared at the sky at the same time, releasing a piercing screech that reverberated through heaven and earth. This was Nine Demon Thearka's sound domain's secret technique. Facing the impact of the sound domain's secret technique, Wu Dao's original body did not move at all, as if he was not affected at all. His physical body was too strong. To be precise, his physical body was the elemental martial grotto heaven. Due to some concerns, Wu Dao's original body could not use the elemental martial grotto heaven unless it was absolutely necessary. Even so, the existence of the origin martial grotto heaven was enough to help Wu Dao's main body block and dissolve most of the damage. Amidst Nine Demon Emperor's screams, Wu Dao body charged towards Nine Demon Emperor with the prison-suppressing cauldron in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Wu Dao's main body had already arrived. Swish! Swish! The demon monarch of Nine Yin's body trembled, and the many crimson wings on his body fell off. They broke through the sky and turned into long spears that were burning with raging flames. They were densely packed and blotted out the sky. This attack was too ferocious, not giving Wu Dao's original body any space to dodge. Wu Dao's true body's eyes lit up like torches as he raised the prison-suppressing cauldron and smashed it towards the incoming wings. Ding ding dang dang. The crimson wings slammed into the prison-suppressing cauldron, causing a series of metallic clangs and sparks to fly everywhere. A single prison-suppressing cauldron was unable to defend against thousands of wings. Many crimson wings still landed on Wu Dao's true body. However, they could not penetrate his body. At most, they tore his purple robes and left shallow wounds on his body. Given the physical body of Wu Dao's true body, injuries as such could be healed in the blink of an eye with almost no effect. When he saw that, the demon monarch of Nine finally realized that the situation was not good. Initially, he thought that Wu Dao's true body was at the end of his rope after using all his trump cards up till this point in the battle. As such, he wanted to kill Wu Dao's true body with his physical body and bloodline. But now, he realized that he might not be able to gain any advantage in melee combat. How could this be? How could a weak human cultivate to such a level? Poof! Poof! While the demon monarch of 9 Yin was distracted, Wu Dao's true body had already closed in. Punching with his left hand and raising the prison-suppressing cauldron with his right, he smashed the 2 divine phoenix heads of the demon monarch of 9 Yin. Blood mist filled the air. Ah! The demon monarch of 9 Yin cried out in pain. Although he had lost 2 divine phoenix heads, his life was not in danger. His 9 divine phoenix heads were extremely mystical. His primordial spirit could constantly switch between the 9 divine phoenix heads. Unless all 9 of his divine phoenix heads were destroyed, he would be able to regenerate and grow 9 new heads. Even so, the demon monarch of 9 Yin did not want to be entangled with Wu Dao's true body anymore. Retreat! The demon monarch of 9 Yin turned around and wanted to leave the battlefield. He wanted to go to Lingjiao, Fei Lian, and Huadou. Trying to leave? Wu Dao's true body had the upper hand. His aura surged as he controlled the 4 saint souls to block the demon monarch of 9 Yin's path and entangle with him. The wounds on the demon monarch of 9 Yin's heads had stopped bleeding. Some new granulation had even begun to grow. In a short while, the 2 heads would recover to their original state. Only by smashing all 9 divine phoenix heads of the demon monarch of 9 Yin in a short period of time could he truly kill this peerless demon monarch. Under the entanglement of the 4 saint souls, the demon monarch of 9 Yin was trapped for a while. Wu Dao's true body descended from the sky and smashed the remaining 7 heads with his fist and cauldron. Puff! 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 The 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle once again. In close combat, the demon monarch of 9 Yin was no match for Wu Dao's true body. In just a few breaths' time, the demon monarch of 9 Yin's divine phoenix heads were smashed again. The demon monarch of 9 Yin finally panicked. He was only left with 3 heads. The 6 heads that had just been smashed had yet to be reborn. If these 3 heads were also smashed by Wu Dao's true body, his primordial spirit would have nowhere to stay and would be completely exposed. Ling Jiao, Fei Lian, Huadou, quickly come and help me. The demon monarch of 9 Yin did not care about his face and hurriedly shouted for help. Although he was also a peerless demon monarch, he was born in Tsang and thought that he was far more honorable than the 3 demon monarchs. Therefore, he did not ask for help earlier. At this moment, he could not care less. Puff! Just as the demon monarch of 9 Yin called for help, another head was smashed by Wu Dao's true body. Under countless gazes, the seemingly small figure of Wu Dao's true body stepped on the huge body of the demon monarch of 9 Yin. He lifted the prison-suppressing cauldron and smashed it down continuously. No matter how the demon monarch of 9 Yin struggled, he could not shake off Wu Dao's true body. Every time the prison-suppressing cauldron smashed down, flesh and blood would splatter everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. Boom! 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 Ling Jiao, Fei Lian, and Huadou, the 3 peerless demon monarchs launched continuous attacks and temporarily repelled the divine elephant and 9 tails. They were about to turn around and support the demon monarch of 9 Yin. However, just as they turned around, they saw the last divine phoenix head of the demon monarch of 9 Yin being smashed into pieces by Araki Takeshi. In the bloody mist, the demon monarch of 9 Yin's primordial spirit fled in the direction of the 3 demon monarchs. The 3 peerless demon monarchs hurriedly went up to meet him. Wu Dao's true body did not chase after him. Instead, he took out the soul lamp from his storage bag and blew gently. A golden flame surged out and landed on the demon monarch of Nine Yin's primordial spirit. Ah! The demon monarch of Nine Yin let out a final scream. Just as he arrived in front of the three peerless demon monarchs, his primordial spirit had already been burned to ashes by the soul lamp's fire. Chapter 29:51. Ling Jiao, Fei Lian, and Huado watched helplessly as Nine Yin Demon Emperor's primordial spirit was burned to death by the golden flame. This golden flame was specifically targeted at primordial spirits. Even with their strength, they could not extinguish it. In the sky and on the ground, in eastern wilderness and Tsang, countless living beings saw this scene and gradually stopped fighting and killing. They were all shocked. A peerless demon emperor had fallen in the hands of Araki Takashi just like that. Eastern wilderness and Tsang had fought for many years, and countless demon soldiers and generals had died. Even Demon King experts could not avoid heavy losses. But once one reached the Demon Emperor realm, it was very difficult to fall. Moreover, this was a peerless demon emperor. And a peerless demon emperor from Tsang. Ling Jiao, Fei Lian, and Huado looked terrible. They stared at Wu Dao's real body and not far away with fear. Everyone had underestimated this person. This Araki Takashi could kill Nine Yin Demon Emperor in front of everyone. This meant that this person could also kill them. On Eastern Wilderness's side, the Divine Elephant, Nine-Tailed, and the other demon emperors also looked at Wu Dao's real body in disbelief. Daiyu had just made Wu Dao's real body the Lord of Tai on Mountain Range, and Wu Dao's real body had shown his strength in the Butterfly Valley's palace. But no one expected Wu Dao's real body's combat strength to reach this level. Not only did he kill 6 ordinary demon emperors, but he also killed Tsang's 9 Yin demon emperor on the spot. Such means. Ling Jiao, Fei Lian, and Huado's eyes flickered. They were hesitant. Because of Araki Takashi's sudden appearance, the situation had completely reversed. They no longer had any advantage. On the battlefield of the peerless demon emperors, they only had 3 left. But the other side also had the Divine Elephant, Nine-Tailed, and this mysterious Araki Takashi. In terms of the number of ordinary demon emperors, Tsang's side still had the advantage. But the remaining ordinary demon emperors had all been killed by Araki Takashi. They were no longer willing to fight. If they continued to fight, their losses would only be greater. Moreover, their army was made up of the south, west, and north regions of the Great Wasteland domain. There was no need to continue fighting with Eastern Wilderness. It would be better to wait for Tsang's experts to return. Emperor Qing Flames lead them to conquer Eastern Wilderness. Ling Jiao, Fei Lian, and Huado, the 3 peerless monster monarchs had the intention to retreat. They exchanged a glance and understood each other's intentions. Araki Takashi. The spirited horn monarch beast suddenly spoke in a cold tone, "You've killed the peerless monarch beast of Tsang, which means you've cut off your own path of retreat. How stupid are you? Do, Emperor use, use u. B, use int. Me me's e, Emperor, me, you, me, you is, you, do." As he spoke, the martial Dao body held the prison-suppressing cauldron and charged towards the 3 of them. "You still want to fight? This guy is crazy." The 3 peerless demon emperors cursed in their hearts. "Humph." Demon Emperor Huado snorted and said, "I will let you go for now. There will be plenty of time. When Emperor Qing Flame returns, Eastern Wilderness will be destroyed." Demon Emperor Spirit Horn also shouted, "You won't be arrogant for long." Although they had decided to retreat, the 3 peerless demon emperors did not want to back down. They cursed and turned to run. Since the 3 peerless demon emperors had retreated, the rest of the ordinary demon emperors also turned to leave. "Retreat!" The demon kings below shouted. They quickly retreated with their demon soldiers and demon generals, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. Above Chiu mountain range. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demon Emperor, and Kuei Ox Demon Emperor watched the scene unfold in Tai mountain range with complicated expressions. Great Rock Demon Emperor said, "I didn't expect this Araki Takashi that Xue Dai found to have such combat strength. He can kill a peerless demon emperor. Although Jiu Yin is a peerless demon emperor, his combat strength is not at the top." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said, "This Araki Takashi might not be able to win against the two of us, let alone kill us." Of course. Great Rock Demon Emperor nodded. The two of them had the confidence to do so. Even among the peerless demon emperors, there were strong and weak ones. The two of them were at the top of the peerless demon emperor's combat strength. Eastern Wilderness has survived this calamity. Are we still leaving? Kuei Ox Demon Emperor asked softly. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai was silent for a while and said, "Let's go over there and take a look." Then, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai tore the void and the three of them entered the space tunnel. Soon, they arrived above Tai mountain range. At this moment, Zhang's army was retreating. Should we chase? Emperor Qing Tian was excited as he looked at Wu Dao and the two peerless demon emperors, Divine Elephant and Nine-Tailed. Although it was only one battle, in his heart, Wu Dao's original body was already comparable to the two peerless demon emperors. Don't chase. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demon Emperor, and Kuei Ox Demon Emperor suddenly appeared. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai shook his head and said, "Although we defeated Tsang in this battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory. We have suffered great losses. If we continue to chase, we will only lose more experts." The Divine Elephant and Nine-Tailed Beast Emperors didn't say anything. Emperor Qing Tian curled his lips. They had indeed suffered heavy losses in this battle, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. However, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demon Emperor, and Kuei Ox Demon Emperor were all at their peak. Of course, these thoughts were only in their minds. They did not say it out loud. Wu Dao's original body also did not say anything. He was indeed not in the right state to continue chasing. Although he had killed 9 Demon Emperor, it was a narrow victory. Apart from the Origin Martial Grotto Heaven, he had used almost all his trump cards. "Everyone, let's return to Butterfly Valley first." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said, "We won this battle by a narrow margin. Xue Dai should have prepared wine for us to celebrate." Others did not think much of it. However, Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor frowned. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai's words were inappropriate. They had risked their lives to win this battle. However, the Dragon Emperor of Desolate Sea's words just now had referred to them as "we." It seemed that they had contributed to this battle as well. Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor naturally could not say anything about it. Everyone sat down in Tai mountain range and made arrangements. Then, they tore through the void and landed in Butterfly Valley. They returned to the meeting hall. As expected, Dai Yu was still sitting in the middle of the hall. It seemed like she had never left. However, there were already a few jars of strong wine on the seats on both sides. The clay seals had been removed and the fragrance filled the air. When the demon emperors entered the hall, the first person Dai Yu looked at was Su Zimo. "You're quite powerful." Dai Yu's voice rang in Su Zimo's mind. In the eyes of others, Dai Yu was still high and mighty with an indifferent expression. However, Su Zimo could almost see Dai Yu saying those words to him with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Hailang, for your 250,000 book coins. Thank you, Brother Luoya, for your 10,000 book coins. Continue writing. Everyone, sleep early." End of chapter. Chapter 2952. When Su Zimo heard that, he smiled gently and sent a voice transmission, "I've killed 6 ordinary demon emperors and a peerless demon emperor in this battle. I've obtained quite a number of world fragments of various sizes. Coupled with the world fragments of the 2 demon emperors, Zhu Shu and Tian Wu, they can help you heal." Dai Yu was injured. Through their previous conversation, Su Zimo knew that the fragments of the worlds contained Genesis Qi that could help Dai Yu repair her world. Dai Yu looked at Su Zimo with mesmerizing eyes. How precious were the fragments of the worlds! Not only did they contain the Tao and skills of an emperor, but they also contained Genesis Qi that could help emperor experts strengthen their own worlds and raise their cultivation. The fragments of the worlds of 8 ordinary demon emperors and a peerless demon emperor were enough to tempt any emperor expert. But Su Zimo did not hesitate to give them to her. "No need." Dai Yu transmitted her voice, "My world has already been cultivated to the great perfection stage. Even if I refine the fragments of ordinary demon emperors or peerless demon emperors, it will be difficult to completely repair it. Keep these fragments of the worlds well. They will be of great use to you when you become a quasi-emperor or break through to the emperor stage." Although Dai Yu and Su Zimo were communicating through spirit consciousness and outsiders could not hear them, the other demon emperors could vaguely sense something amiss. Of course, most of the demon emperors did not think too much about it. After all, Araki Takashi had made great contributions in this battle. No matter what reward the Blood Butterfly Demon Emperor gave him, it was only right. However, the Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor did not think so. As a nine-tailed fox, she was more meticulous and could observe more clearly. The way Dai Yu looked at Araki Takashi was indeed a little different. The way Araki Takashi looked at Dai Yu was also different. The Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor frowned, her gaze falling on Su Zimo from time to time as if she was thinking of something. "Everyone, please take a seat." Dai Yu waved her hand. The demon emperors took their seats. They were too familiar with each other and there was no need for pleasantries. Since they had won the battle, they naturally had to drink to their heart's content. After 3 rounds of drinks, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai suddenly stood up and came to the center of the hall. Fortunately, Araki Takashi made great contributions in this battle and turned the situation around. But Tsang will not give up just like that. He will come back again. We cannot be careless. Exactly. The other few demonic emperors nodded in agreement. Dragon Emperor turned to Su Zimo and said, "Daoist Araki Takashi, you have gained a lot in this battle. The rest of the treasures are yours. But the world fragments of the world demon emperors, I hope you can hand them all." As soon as he finished speaking, the hall instantly quieted down. The demon emperors looked at Dragon Emperor Huang. Emperor frowned. Apart from Great Rock Demon Monarch and Kuei Ox Demon Monarch, the rest did not expect Dragon Emperor Huang Hai to say such a thing. You. The martial Dao body said indifferently without even lifting his eyelids. "You demon you," and Divine Demon Emperor said you demon you. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said, "My suggestion is for the Eastern Wilderness and the bigger picture. If I'm not wrong, Daoist Araki Takashi has not reached the Great Emperor realm. If that's the case, these world fragments will not be of much use to you. If that's the case, why not give them to me? I have been stuck in the Great Success Great Emperor realm for many years. If I can get these world fragments, I might be able to reach the Great Success Great Emperor realm. By then, the Eastern Wilderness will have 2 peak-level demon emperors. Only then will we be able to resolve the next crisis." If these words were said to others, perhaps they would believe it. However, none of the demonic emperors present were fools to be able to cultivate to such a level. They could see that Dragon Emperor Huang Hai wanted the world fragments in Araki Takashi's hands for himself. Putting aside the fact that those world fragments were desolate martial spoils of war to begin with, no one should touch them. Even if they gave these world fragments to Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, he would be able to reach the Great Success Great Emperor realm? If it was that simple, there would not be so few peak-level imperial emperors. For the eastern wilderness and for the bigger picture? These were just excuses that Dragon Emperor Huang Hai used to cover up his own selfish desires. Of course, most of the demon emperors remained silent even though they knew what Dragon Emperor Huang Hai was thinking. After all, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai had followed Daiyu for many years and was a peerless demon emperor. And Araki Takashi was a newcomer. To them, he was just an outsider. In the end, the Divine Elephant Demon Emperor could not stand it any longer. He said in a deep voice, "Desolate Ocean, no matter what, Desolate Marshal fought for those world fragments. They belong to him. Now you're asking him to hand them over. What's the difference between that and robbery?" Divine Elephant Demon Emperor had followed Daiyu for many years. He was the only one who dared to talk to Dragon Emperor Huang Hai like this. "You're wrong." Great Rock Demon Emperor stood up and said, "Although these world fragments belong to Araki Takashi, they're useless in his hands. They can only be used in our hands." Humph. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai smirked and said, "In my opinion, it's still too early to tell if those world fragments belong to him." Oh? Wu Dao's original body still did not look up. He asked, "If they don't belong to me, do they belong to you?" Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said coldly, "You did kill 6 ordinary demonic emperors and 1 peerless demonic emperor. But if we didn't show up and scared Song's army away, how could you have kept those world fragments?" The demon emperors could not help but curse in their hearts. Shameless. Song's retreat was due to the death of 9 demon emperor and 6 ordinary demon emperors. It was a great shock to Ling Jiao and the other demon emperors. Before Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the other 2 appeared, Song had already started to retreat. Before the battle, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demon Emperor, and Kuei Ox Demon Emperor found all kinds of excuses to avoid the battle. Now, they were shamelessly saying that Song's retreat was related to them. This time, even Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor could not stand it anymore. "What? The 3 of you just stood by during the battle. Now you want to take the credit?" Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor sneered. Great Rock Demon Emperor's face darkened. He said, "The 3 of us just stood by and protected the eastern wilderness. How can we stand by and do nothing?" Dragon Emperor Huang Hai stared at Wu Dao's original body and said slowly, "Araki Takashi, the reason I told you just now was to give you a way out. Hand over those world fragments and I will not make things difficult for you." Hearing this, Wu Dao's original body put down the wine bowl in his hand and finally looked up. He looked at Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and asked calmly, "What if I don't hand them over?" As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the main hall became tense. "Don't hand them over?" Dragon Emperor Huang Hai was stunned. He did not expect Wu Dao's original body to speak to him like this. But soon, he smiled sinisterly. He even exuded a bloody aura. He said word by word, "If you don't hand them over, I will take them myself." "You can try." Wu Dao's original body said coldly. The other demon emperors were speechless. They were worried for Wu Dao's original body. No one expected Wu Dao's original body to be so strong that he dared to challenge Dragon Emperor Huang Hai. Araki Takashi had just fought a great battle and was exhausted. If he fought Dragon Emperor Huang Hai now, he would not stand a chance. Chapter 2953. Huang Hai, you've crossed the line. At this moment, Daiyu suddenly spoke. Her voice was calm and emotionless. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai turned to Daiyu and said, "Shui Dai, I just want to help you. You should know that Emperor Qing Yan could return at any time. You're injured and won't be able to stop Tsang's next attack. Only when I become a peak demon emperor can I help you defend the Eastern Baron." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai's words were so sincere that even Demon Monarch Bai Zhe, Emperor Qing Tian, and the others fell into deep thought. They were a little moved by his words. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Great Peng Demon Emperor said, the Eastern Baron is in danger. What's wrong with Araki Takashi sacrificing himself for the greater good? We're just asking him to hand over some world fragments, not his life. Isn't it too selfish of him to guard those world fragments and not let go? Dai Yu raised her eyebrows and asked, sacrificing others for the greater good? If that's the case, I want to heal and refine your world fragments. Are you going to hand them over? Great Peng Demon Emperor's expression changed and snorted, how can you compare them? Dai Yu didn't say anything else. She just looked at the two with a faint smile. Great Peng Demon Emperor could be righteous when he talked about sacrificing others, but when it came to sacrificing himself, he became timid. In fact, this was the reason why Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and the others were willing to follow Dai Yu. If they could sacrifice others for the greater good, who could guarantee that they wouldn't be the next one to be sacrificed? Shui Dai. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said, you know that the Eastern Baron can't be defended. If I can get those world fragments and reach peak Demon Emperor, the Eastern Baron can still survive with my help. Otherwise, the Eastern Baron will perish. Do you really think that Araki Takashi can stop Tsang's army and Emperor Qing Yan? Dai Yu seemed to be dispirited. She waved her hand and said, just say what you want to say. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai was silent for a while before he slowly said, if Araki Takashi hands over those world fragments, I'll have a chance to reach peak Demon Emperor and stay to help you. But if he doesn't, you can leave now. Dai Yu interrupted Dragon Emperor Huang Hai before he could finish his sentence. The other demonic thearchs were shocked and they heard these three words. Even though they had some disputes before, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Giant Peng Monarch Beast had even found excuses to avoid the battle, but they had never gone this far. And now, this layer of paper had finally been pierced through. Dragon Monarch Huang Hai lowered his head and said with a self-deprecating smile, Shui Dai, I have followed you for so many years but I can't even compare to this Araki Takashi? You'd rather protect him than drive me away? Great Peng Demon Overlord also shook his head and said, Shui Dai, your words are too disappointing. Dai Yu looked at the other demon emperors and said, anyone else who wants to leave can leave with Huang Hai. I won't stop you. All the demonic emperors knew that Dai Yu would not go back on her words. The Kuei Ox Demon Emperor also sided with Dragon Emperor Huang Hai. The Black Snake Demon Emperor also wanted to leave the Eastern Baron territory. But when he sneaked a glance at Wu Dao's true body, his heart skipped a beat. The Divine Elephant Demon Emperor, Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, Baizei Demon Emperor, and Emperor Qing Tian did not move. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai's behavior might have fooled others, but not them. He was so aggressive and even wanted to snatch Araki Takashi's world fragment. It was all to find a good reason and excuse to leave the Eastern Baron territory and Dai Yu. If the Eastern Baron territory had not won the battle, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the other two would have chosen to leave. He could not hide his intentions from the Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and the others, and naturally, he could not hide it from Dai Yu. Therefore, Dai Yu went with the flow. Since Dragon Emperor Huang Hai wanted to leave with a clear conscience, Dai Yu would fulfill his wish. It was also a way to put an end to their many years of friendship. Sigh. The Divine Elephant Demon Emperor suddenly sighed and said, when we followed Shui Dai, we were only demon kings. If it was not for her help, we would still be stuck in the Great Emperor realm. All these years, after the battle between the Eastern Baron territory and the Tsang continent, Shui Dai would give us the world fragments so that we could cultivate. If not, how could we cultivate to the great success Great Emperor realm? The cultivation resources of the Great Emperor realm are so precious and rare. For so many years, Shui Dai gave us almost all of them. We have indeed fought with her for so many years, but when has she ever mistreated us? The Divine Elephant Demon Emperor was one of the first 12 demon kings to follow Dai Yu. Now that he knew that he would have to part with Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Rock Demon Emperor, he had something to say. Shui Dai fought with the strong cultivators of the Tsang continent and did not want to retreat. Not only for her Dao, but also to protect our homeland. The Divine Elephant Demon Emperor said loudly, she also did it for her 9 brothers, Wild Ox, Rock Bear, Giant Python, Blood Ape, Divine Chariot, Hell Tiger, Wind Leopard, Spirit Turtle, and Godly Phoenix. She knew that 9 of the 12 demon kings that followed her had died in the hands of Tsang. She wanted to avenge them. You were also one of the 12 demon kings, but you left her when she was in the most difficult time. What is there to be disappointed about? Do you really think that Shui Dai did not know what you were thinking? She just did not want to expose you because of her old relationship with you. She is the one who is disappointed. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Rock Demon Emperor lowered their heads. Perhaps because they felt guilty, they did not dare to look at Dai Yu or the Divine Elephant Demon Emperor. Say no more. Dai Yu waved her hand and said indifferently, everyone has their own ambitions. That Emperor Qing Yan is of the Azure Dragon bloodline. He is of the same race as you. I can understand why you are willing to submit to him. Azure Dragon race. Su Zimo heard this and his heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had heard of Emperor Qing Yan's background. No wonder he was so powerful. The Azure Dragon bloodline was the strongest among the dragons. It was said that there might not be a single Azure Dragon bloodline born in every era in the dragon world. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai sighed and finally looked up at Dai Yu. Shui Dai, the general trend is coming. Anyone who stands in our way will be crushed. Can Tsang represent the general trend? Wu Dao asked indifferently. If he can't, do you think you can? Dragon Emperor Huang Hai still had some respect for Dai Yu, but he did not treat Wu Dao well. He glared at Dai Yu and retorted. As long as I am here, I am the general trend. Wu Dao stood up slowly. This action was normal. However, as he said this, Wu Dao's body emitted an aura that surpassed the heavens and earth. Even Dragon Emperor Huang Hai frowned and took half a step back instinctively. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai quickly realized that he had shown his cowardice by taking half a step back. His face darkened. Araki Takeshi. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said coldly, when we fight again in the future, I might go easy on others because of our old friendship. However, you better be careful. I have no friendship with you. Chapter 2954. Since Dai Yu was there and had asked Dragon Emperor Huang Hai to leave, Wu Dao would not attack him. Moreover, he had just gone through a great battle and had used up a lot of his energy. He had no confidence in defeating Dragon Emperor Huang Hai without using the Yuanwu Grotto Heaven. However, things would be different if he made a breakthrough in his cultivation level. Once he became a boundary emperor, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai might not be able to withstand Wu Dao's purgatory. Divine Elephant Beast Emperor held up a bowl of wine and said to Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Great Rock Beast Emperor, drink this and we will no longer be friends. Don't hold back in the battle in the future. All right. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai did not hesitate. He drank the wine and looked at Dai Yu, Divine Elephant Beast Emperor, and the others. I hope you will not regret your decision when the eastern wilderness is destroyed. With that, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Beast Emperor, and Ox Beast Emperor turned and left. Just as the three were about to leave the hall, Dai Yu suddenly said, Qing Yan has a special background and a powerful bloodline. He sees all living things as ants. You may be dragons, but you are no different in his eyes. Tsang might not be a good home for you. Be careful in the future. After all, they had known each other for many years. This was Dai Yu's last warning to Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the others. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai paused for a moment before moving again. He disappeared from the sky above Butterfly Valley without looking back. When the other demonic emperors saw this, they had mixed feelings and lamented in their hearts. With the departure of Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the others, the eastern wilderness strength was greatly reduced. Dai Yu was injured and the beast emperors beside her were only Divine Elephant, Nine-Tailed, Bai Zai, Qing Tian, Xian Snake, and Araki Takeshi. When Emperor Qing Yan returned, how could the eastern wilderness resist him? Although the monarchs did not say anything, their hearts were shrouded in a layer of haze. They had just gone through a great battle and the beast emperors did not plan to stay here for long. They all left and prepared to return to their mountains. In the blink of an eye, only Dai Yu and Su Zimo were left in the hall. "You're the one who brought the 3 people outside the Butterfly Valley, right?" Dai Yu looked at Su Zimo and asked. Then, she exclaimed softly, "That sanguine ape seems to be the one from Tsanglang mountain range?" "Exactly." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. "I didn't expect it to ascend as well." Dai Yu muttered softly. Su Zimo said, "Back then, you imparted the Tendon's transformation chapter of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness to him. It was probably also because of the bloodline in his body." Dai Yu nodded. Back then, she had 12 demon monarchs following her. One of them was the Blood Ape Demon Monarch. However, the Blood Ape Demon King had died in the battle against Tsang. When Dai Yu landed in Tianhuang mainland and saw a sanguine ape in Tsanglang mountain range, she could not help but think of the sanguine ape demon king who had died in battle. That was why she decided to impart Dao techniques to him. Su Zimo asked, "Actually, there was no, the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Did you just create it at the last minute?" "Yes." Dai Yu said, "The 12 cultivation techniques originated from the 12 demon kings. I've made some changes to make it suitable for you to cultivate. Although I created this mystic classic at the last minute, it incorporates the core Dao techniques of the 12 demon kings. Even in the upper world, it's considered an extremely top-notch cultivation technique." "Indeed." Su Zimo nodded. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness played a crucial role in his cultivation to this stage. After pausing for a moment, Su Zimo continued, "This cultivation technique is indeed powerful. However, the name of this cultivation technique is rather ordinary." Dai Yu's gaze was unfriendly as it revealed a hint of danger. Su Zimo roared in laughter. Dai Yu flicked her fingernails gently, making clanking sounds as she said faintly, "You're really getting more and more impudent." Su Zimo sensed that Dai Yu's tone was not right and hurriedly changed the topic. "Oh right, there's one more thing." As he spoke, Su Zimo took out a storage bag and took out a few gray stones from it. He asked, "This is the storage bag of the 9 Demon Emperor. What are these stones?" "Origin stones." Dai Yu's eyes lit up as she said softly, "The Genesis Chi in the Origin stones is extremely pure. However, Origin stones can't be found in the middle world. The 9 Demon Emperor probably has them because he came from Tsang." Su Zimo seemed to have thought of something and muttered thoughtfully, "So these stones are Origin stones." After a while, Su Zimo asked, "Can Origin stones help with your injuries?" "Of course." Dai Yu nodded. "Only by absorbing and refining a large amount of Genesis Chi can one repair the world. In this aspect, Origin stones are far more useful than world fragments." "How many Origin stones are there in the 9 Demon Emperor's storage bag?" "Only these few," said Su Zimo. Dai Yu was a little disappointed and shook her head. "There are too few Origin stones. It's far from enough to repair my perfect world." Upon hearing this, Su Zimo took out another storage bag and poured out a large pile of Origin stones, scattering them on the ground. He asked, "Is this enough?" Dai Yu was dumbstruck by this scene and stood rooted to the spot. Origin stones were extremely rare in the middle world. Even if there was only one piece, it would cause numerous emperors to fight over it. The origin stones that Su Zimo had poured out were likely over 1,000. Dai Yu was stunned for a long time before she recovered and asked, "Where did you get so many origin stones? Didn't I say before that I killed a young man from the heavenly court in the 9 underworld's sin grounds and even attracted the pursuit of a peak emperor?" Su Zimo said, "There were origin stones in that young man's storage bag. However, I didn't know the origin of these stones back then. Are these origin stones enough to repair your injuries?" Su Zimo asked again. "I think so," Dai Yu nodded. Initially, she did not know how to deal with Zhang's next attack. However, with these origin stones, she would be confident of fighting against Emperor Green Flame and the others once she recovered from her injuries. Although Su Zimo had countless things to say to Dai Yu, time was of the essence and Emperor Green Flame could return at any moment. At that thought, Su Zimo said, "You should cultivate in seclusion. I have a few sworn brothers in Tianhuang mainland. Apart from the 3 in Butterfly Valley, there's also a little fox who should be a disciple of the Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor. Let's head to the Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor's place to take a look at the little fox. We're planning to enter seclusion as well." After this battle, apart from obtaining many world fragments, he also killed many demon kings and devoured many grotto heavens. Once he refined all those grotto heavens, the origin martial grotto heaven would have a chance to transform and produce a trace of world power. At the same time, he had already confirmed Wu Dao's nexdermic formulation. With Dai Yu's impartation, Wu Dao's purgatory would have a chance to transform and advance to a quasi-emperor as well. The two of them had a tacit understanding and left without saying anything else. Chapter 2955. Outside Butterfly Valley. The tiger, Qing Qing, and the golden lion were still waiting here. After all, this was an important place in eastern wilderness, and the 3 of them did not dare to wander around. Occasionally, they would hear news from outside that the eastern wilderness had defeated Zhang's army again. There were even several demon thearchs who had died, killed by Araki Takashi. When the 3 of them heard this, they naturally felt proud. Qing Qing and the golden lion were still fine. When the tiger saw the butterfly clan passing by, he could not help but go up and chat with them. Then, intentionally or unintentionally, he revealed that Araki Takashi was their sworn brother. "I heard that Eastern Wilderness had a great victory this time. It's really worth celebrating. Our boss should have also contributed a little." "Who's your boss?" Don't you know? His Taoist name is Araki Takashi. He just came to Eastern Wilderness not long ago." Similar conversations happened frequently. However, those butterfly fairies only covered their mouths and snickered. They did not believe it at all. Who was Araki Takashi? The current lord of the Tai A mountain range had personally killed a peerless demon thearch and 6 ordinary demon thearchs. How could such a person become sworn brothers with this simple-minded person in front of them? Every time this happened, Qing Qing and the golden lion could not help but roll their eyes and turn around, trying to stay as far away from the tiger as possible. When Wu Dao's original body arrived, he saw this scene. The tiger was stopping a few butterfly fairies and talking with assurance. He told them about their experiences of roaming Tianhuang. He spoke until his saliva was flying everywhere, and his face was flushed. The butterfly fairies opposite him looked at him with disdain. The tiger bragged even more happily and did not realize that Wu Dao's original body had already arrived behind him. Those butterfly fairies recognized Wu Dao's original body. Their eyes lit up, and they all showed respect. "Pa!" Wu Dao's original body raised his hand and slapped the back of the tiger's head. "Who hit Master Tiger?" Tiger was annoyed that he was interrupted. He turned around and glared at him. Just as he was about to curse, his face suddenly changed. He smiled and said, "Boss, it's you." Then, the tiger quickly turned around and looked at the butterfly fairies. He patted his chest and said, "Look, I didn't lie to you, right? This is really my boss. Let's go and see Little Fox." Wu Dao called out to Qing Qing and the golden lion. Together with the tiger, they entered the space tunnel and disappeared from Butterfly Valley. Qingqiu Mountains. Wu Dao's true self brought the tiger and the others to the place and immediately located the nine-tailed monarch beast's location with his divine sense. Meanwhile, the 9 martial monarchs who were meditating in seclusion were aware of something. They slowly opened their seductive eyes. "I haven't even looked for you yet, and you've taken the initiative to come to me," the 9-tailed monarch beast let out a hollow laugh. "Fellow Taoist Araki Takashi, what brings you here?" The 9-tailed monarch beast walked out and smiled at Wu Dao's true self, asking gently. "Good lad." The tiger glanced at the 9-tailed demon monarch. Instantly, he could not control himself and turned his head away. The golden lion lowered its head as well. Even Qing Qing could not help but take a few more glances at the 9-tailed monarch beast, who was also a woman. Every single action, frown and smile of the 9-tailed monarch beast exuded an irresistible temptation that could evoke the most primitive desires in the depths of one's heart. The Tao heart of Wu Dao's true self was firm and unshakable. The 9-tailed monarch beast's charm could not affect him. He merely frowned slightly and did not think too much about it, assuming that it was due to the bloodline of the 9-tailed monarch beast's race. Wu Dao's true self said, "There's an old friend of ours from Tianhuang mainland in the fox race. I heard that she was taken in as a disciple by you, 9-tailed. I'd like to meet her today." "Little Tanuki?" The 9-tailed monarch beast blinked and smiled. "That's easy. Little Tanuki is in seclusion right now. Come with me and wait over there for a moment." As she said that, the 9-tailed monarch beast led the way and led Wu Dao's true self and the other 3 to a fur tent not far away. Wu Dao's true self followed behind the 9-tailed monarch beast and stepped into the tent. What greeted him was a delicate fragrance. Suddenly, Wu Dao's true self felt dazed. The robes of the 9-tailed monarch beast before him seemed to have slipped off by accident, revealing half of her snow-white shoulders. For some reason, Wu Dao's true self felt his heart skip a beat and he could not control his emotions. The tiger, Qing Qing and the golden lion had already disappeared. It seemed like he and the 9-tailed monarch beast were the only ones left in the tent. Not good. The martial Tao body felt a sense of foreboding. He quickly gathered his thoughts and stabilized his Tao heart. Right then, the 9-tailed monarch beast turned around. Her robes seemed to have turned as thin as a cicada's wings and were almost transparent. Her breasts were faintly discernible and her beautiful legs were long and slender. 9 furry tails swayed gently behind her and she exuded an extremely seductive aura from head to toe. "Fellow Taoist Araki Takashi," the 9-tailed monarch beast moaned and her cheeks flushed. Her red lips parted slightly and she breathed out like an orchid. She moved gracefully and pounced into the embrace of Wu Dao's true self. Indeed, that sort of seduction could not shake the Tao heart of Wu Dao's true self. However, the 9-tailed monarch beast's seduction technique did not only target the Tao heart, it targeted the essence spirit as well. As for Wu Dao's true self, he had just gone through a huge battle and had yet to rest. As such, his essence spirit was greatly depleted and there was no way he could defend against the peerless monarch beast's methods. Even the mask of Mo Luo was helpless against such a seduction technique. Wu Dao's true self had not expected the 9-tailed monarch beast to attack him either. His Tao heart was stable and although his consciousness was a little chaotic, he could still maintain a trace of clarity. Of course, he did not think that the 9-tailed monarch beast was truly interested in him. While his thoughts were running wild, the 9-tailed monarch beast had already arrived before him. A fragrance wafted over as the 9-tailed monarch beast's lithe figure swayed slightly. Wu Dao's true self closed his eyes hurriedly and clenched his fists as his consciousness turned even more chaotic. A hint of mockery flashed through the depths of the nine-tailed monarch beast's eyes when she saw that. Just as she reached out and was about to grab Wu Dao's true self, the latter's eyes suddenly sprang open. Two balls of purple flames burned in his eyes and his gaze was bright like torches. All of a sudden, Wu Dao's true self reached out and gripped the nine-tailed monarch beast's slender, snow-white neck at lightning speed. A hint of panic flashed through the nine-tailed monarch beast's face. However, she soon calmed down and said in a pitiful tone with a seductive look, "Brother, what are you doing? You're hurting me." Wu Dao's true self had an icy expression. He exerted some force and grabbed the nine-tailed monarch beast's throat, lifting her up as if he did not know how to be gentle with a woman. "What are you trying to do?" Wu Dao's true self asked coldly. "You," the nine-tailed monarch beast was about to speak when Wu Dao's true self interrupted her, "That trick is useless against me. Stop embarrassing yourself." As a matter of fact, Wu Dao's true self had almost fallen into the nine-tailed monarch beast's trap. However, just as he was about to fall into the trap, the white jade pendant that the demonic emperor gave him in his storage bag vibrated all of a sudden, waking Wu Dao's true self up instantly. Chapter 2956. The nine-tailed beast emperor no longer pretended. She was shocked and furious. In reality, she had dragged the martial Dao body into her bewitching world and used the power and Dao techniques of the world to influence the mind of the martial Dao body. In her opinion, Araki Takashi had just gone through a huge battle and had consumed a lot of his energy. He would not be able to resist her enchanted world. Moreover, Araki Takashi did seem to be struggling at the beginning. However, for some reason, Araki Takashi suddenly regained consciousness and broke free from her influence. The two of them were very close to each other. The nine-tailed beast emperor had lost the initiative and was restrained by Wu Dao. She did not dare to act rashly. "How did you break free from my enchanted world?" The nine-tailed beast emperor was unwilling to admit defeat. Her expression was cold and she no longer looked seductive. "Answer my question." Wu Dao exerted more force and the nine-tailed beast emperor's face turned red. She looked like she was in pain. If the nine-tailed beast emperor was not Little Fox's master, Wu Dao would have killed her. Furthermore, he was a bit confused. He did not know why the nine-tailed heavenly fox would have such great enmity towards him. "Sister Xuedai is mine. No one can take her away from me." The nine-tailed beast emperor gritted her teeth and said, "Not even you." Upon hearing this, Wu Dao was stunned. What does this mean? The nine-tailed beast emperor was attacking him because of Daiyu? Moreover, it was for this reason. Su Zimo had imagined a similar situation. Daiyu was so beautiful that she might have some powerful suitors in the vast wilderness. If he wanted to be with Daiyu, he would have to deal with these troubles. However, he did not expect that his opponent would be the nine-tailed beast emperor. For a moment, the martial Dao body felt that it was a little absurd and inexplicable. If it was for some other reason, even if he did not kill the nine-tailed beast emperor, he would teach the nine-tailed beast emperor a lesson. However, he did not know how to deal with the nine-tailed beast emperor's reason. This is going to be troublesome. Wu Dao felt a headache coming on. This situation was much more troublesome than he had imagined. It would be better to have a few strong enemies appear and have a great battle. Now that he was facing the nine-tailed demon emperor, he did not know whether to fight or not. In the blink of an eye, Wu Dao's true body's palm gradually relaxed. Now that the nine-tailed monarch beast had a chance to catch her breath, her eyes flickered coldly. She swayed her 9 fox tails and wrapped them around the arms of Wu Dao's actual body. The tails continued to spread, and were trying to bind the limbs and body of Wu Dao's actual body. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the tent. He wore a blood-red robe, and his black hair was like a waterfall. Daiyu. Seeing Daiyu, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox became very pitiful. She withdrew her tail from Wu Dao's body and threw herself into Daiyu's bosom. She said with grievance, "Sister Daiyu, this person you found is very bad. He had just made a great contribution, and yet he was so arrogant that he came to the Green Hill Mountains to bully me and take my body. Big sister, look, my neck is purple because of him." The nine-tailed monarch beast's slender neck was indeed bruised by the palm of Wu Dao's actual body. Wu Dao's actual body listened to the nine-tailed demon fox's nonsense, but he did not explain himself. Daiyu shook her head helplessly. She reached out her finger and flicked the nine-tailed monarch beast's head, saying softly, "Stop fooling around." The little trick did not escape Daiyu's eyes. As she was about to go into seclusion, she suddenly recalled that Su Zimo had mentioned that he was going to the Green Hill Mountains. She then realized that there might be some misunderstanding between the two, thus she immediately made her way over. "Sister, you don't believe me?" the nine-tailed monarch beast asked. "No." Daiyu replied with a simple word. "Humph." The nine-tailed monarch beast harumphed and glared at Wu Dao's actual body. "Don't trouble him in the future," Daiyu said to the nine-tailed monarch beast before looking at Su Zimo. She gestured with her eyes and the two of them left the tent side by side. When the two of them were far away, they turned around at the same time and looked at each other without saying a word. After a long time, the two of them laughed at the same time. "What's going on?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. Daiyu replied, "I saved her when she was young. Therefore, she has a special relationship with me and is more reliant on me." Su Zimo could not help but think of Little Fox and nodded. "I understand." Daiyu sized up Su Zimo again. "You were able to resist the charm of the nine-tailed monarch beast even before the battle ended?" "I was lucky." Su Zimo felt a lingering fear. If not for the white jade pendant, he would not have been able to explain himself when he was trapped in the bewitching world of the nine-tailed monarch beast and was caught by Daiyu. "Is it nice?" Daiyu suddenly asked. That question came out of nowhere. Su Zimo was about to nod instinctively when he realized that something was wrong. He calmed himself down and pretended to be confused. "What?" Daiyu narrowed her eyes and stared at Su Zimo for a while before chuckling and waving her hand. "I'll let you off." Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief. That moment was even more exciting than facing the nine-tailed monarch beast. In the tent, the nine-tailed monarch beast looked at the two of them leaving side by side and clenched her fists. She felt extremely wronged and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. This time, she was not pretending. She really felt wronged. Before that Araki Takashi appeared, had Daiyu ever scolded her or said anything harsh to her? But earlier on, Daiyu even flicked her finger for that Araki Takashi. That was really painful. She suddenly realized that the person in her heart might really be taken away by someone else. "Araki Takashi, Araki Takashi." The nine-tailed monarch beast repeated twice, and the more she thought about it, the angrier and more wronged she felt. In order to bewitch that Araki Takashi, she even used her bewitching world and took off her clothes so that he could see most of her body. But in the end, it did not work. At the thought of it, didn't that mean that she was taken advantage of by that Araki Takashi for nothing? At the thought of that, the nine-tailed monarch beast's face flushed red and she was anxious, angry and embarrassed. Footsteps could be heard from outside the tent. The nine-tailed monarch beast hurriedly composed herself and took out her original clothes from her storage bag, putting them on again. After settling this matter, Daiyu returned to Butterfly Valley to continue her seclusion. After parting ways with Daiyu, Su Zimo returned to the tent and was prepared to ask about Little Fox's whereabouts with Tiger and the other two. After entering the tent, Su Zimo could not help but be stunned when he saw the nine-tailed monarch beast who was dressed neatly and covered herself up. He did not have any other thoughts. However, the nine-tailed monarch beast in front of him was too different from before and he could not react for a moment. However, Su Zimo's gaze gave off a different feeling to the nine-tailed monarch beast. The nine-tailed monarch beast felt that she was still in her half-naked state under Su Zimo's gaze. Chapter 2957. In order to avoid awkwardness, Wu Dao's true body turned to look at Tiger, Qing, and the Golden Lion who were not far away and asked, "Are they all right?" Tiger and the other two had lost consciousness the moment they stepped into the tent. Naturally, Wu Dao's true body could tell that the three of them were merely unconscious and unharmed. His question was merely to change the topic. "They're fine." The nine-tailed demon fox's expression relaxed slightly as she looked in the direction of the three of them and exhaled gently. The three of them woke up slowly with dazed expressions. Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from outside the tent. Someone had arrived at an extremely fast speed, as though they were in a hurry. When they arrived at the tent, the person had no intention of stopping and barged in directly. Wu Dao's true body turned around. A 13 or 14-year-old girl walked in. She was slender and elegant, and her beauty was flawless. Although she had grown up a lot, one could still tell that she was a little fox. When the little fox saw so many people in the tent, she was slightly stunned as well. However, she could not help but smile when she saw that Tiger and the other two were among them. Then, the little fox's gaze landed on Wu Dao's body. Wu Dao's true body was wearing purple robes that were vastly different from his usual green robes. Coupled with the Mara mask, it was normal that the little fox could not recognize him. However, for some reason, the little fox looked at Wu Dao's true body without blinking. She had a feeling that she could not help but want to get close to this person, giving her a sense of security that felt familiar. She had only felt this feeling from a single person before. Just like that, the little fox looked into the eyes of Wu Dao's true body, as though she was trying her best to decipher something as her eyes gradually turned misty. "Sir?" the little fox called out softly. Wu Dao's true body took off his mask and opened his arms, saying gently, "It's me." The little fox burst into tears and dove into the embrace of Wu Dao's true body. Her slightly skinny arms hugged Wu Dao's true body tightly, as though she was afraid that he would disappear the next moment. There was no need for too many words between the two of them. A single hug was more than 1,000 words. When the nine-tailed demon emperor saw that, she was touched as well. She had personally experienced the little fox's reliance and closeness towards Wu Dao's true body. Old Tiger, Qing, and the Golden Lion stood not far away with smiles on their faces. They did not disturb them. They knew that the little fox's feelings for Su Zimo was ultimately different from theirs. They were brothers who could share trials and tribulations together. However, in the heart of the little fox to them. Initially, the nine-tailed demon emperor still had some resentment towards the martial Dao body. However, at the sight of this, her resentment dissipated instantly. Even if it was for the little fox's true body to the nine-tailed demon's true to herself. The nine-tailed demon emperor did not disturb the two of them. Instead, she quietly walked out of the tent, leaving it to them. When she reached the entrance of the tent, perhaps out of curiosity, the nine-tailed demon emperor turned around and stole a glance at Wu Dao's true body. "So, he looks all right," the nine-tailed demon emperor thought to herself. When she saw Wu Dao's true body wearing a silver mask all day long, she thought that he would look extremely ugly with a green face and fangs. She did not expect him to look like a scholar with delicate features. As though he had sensed the nine-tailed demon emperor's gaze, Wu Dao's true body looked up and nodded with a smile at her. The nine-tailed demon emperor panicked as though her thoughts had been seen through. She averted her gaze and left the tent as though she was escaping. Wu Dao's true body did not think much of it. He nodded and smiled at the nine-tailed demon monarch to express his gratitude and goodwill. The little fox could barge into the nine-tailed demon emperor's tent casually without anyone stopping her or reporting. That alone was proof of how much the nine-tailed demon emperor doted on the little fox. The little fox must have never been mistreated in the nine-tailed demon emperor's place. Earlier on, Wu Dao's true body was thanking the nine-tailed demon emperor for taking care of him over the years. Furthermore, Wu Dao's true body realized that the little fox's cultivation was not weak either. She was already at the heavenly being stage of the true self realm. That cultivation speed was considered top-notch among his old friends in Tianhuang mainland in this lifetime. Alright, Wu Dao's true body patted the back of the little fox gently. Get up. The little fox continued to bury her head in the embrace of Wu Dao's true body and refused to get up. She wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him tightly, as though she was afraid that Wu Dao's true body would run away. Wu Dao's true body smiled. I'm going to stay in the vast wilderness for a long time and won't leave casually. When the little fox heard that, her arms relaxed. Thereafter, she transformed from her human form into her true form and burrowed into the embrace of Wu Dao's true body, just like how she did at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Most of her body was hidden in the chest of Wu Dao's true body, revealing only her furry head outside. She looked up at Wu Dao's true body and blinked her watery eyes. Wu Dao's true body did not say anything and allowed her to do as she pleased. It was only then that Tiger and the other two came over. Tiger teased, "Little fox, you're so biased. You didn't even greet us after not seeing us for a long time." The little fox harumphed as a greeting to Tiger. That's way too perfunctory. Tiger rolled his eyes. After ascending to the upper world, the five of them had to go through countless hardships to be able to reunite in the vast wilderness. It was truly difficult to describe. Even so, the whereabouts of 2 of the 7 of them were unknown. Now that the 5 of them were gathered, Monkey and Night Spirit were the only ones missing. As the 5 of them conversed, they would inevitably mention the 2 of them with worried expressions. Tiger, Ching, Golden Lion and the little fox had remained in the vast wilderness ever since they ascended and had never left. They were unlike Wu Dao's true body who had already traveled through many realms. They did not have any news about Monkey and Night Spirit. Wu Dao's true body said, "There are some clues about Night Spirit. He appeared in the fiend battlefield of the celestial tribute world before disappearing without a trace." Wu Dao's true body recounted some of the information he heard about Night Spirit in the celestial tribute world. Given Night Spirit's combat strength, he shouldn't be in any danger even if he roams the 3,000 realms. Wu Dao's true body said, "There are no clues about Monkey yet. However, I'm guessing that he should be in the Blood Ape world. Monkey belonged to the Blood Ape race. If he did not appear in the vast wilderness, the most likely possibility was that he had descended in the Blood Ape world. Although the Blood Ape world was not a super world, it had Emperor Lords as well. Monkey should not be in any danger in the Blood Ape world as well. However, no one knew how long it would take for the brothers to reunite. Wu Dao's true body chatted with Tiger and the other 3 in the tent for an entire day and night. The 5 of them had endless things to talk about after reuniting after a long time. They would not feel tired even if they chatted for a year. However, the crisis of the vast wilderness had yet to be resolved. Wu Dao's true body was concerned about Dai Yu and did not stay for long. The next day, Wu Dao's true body left Green Hill Mountain Range and entered seclusion. If he wanted to help Dai Yu and Eastern Wilderness tide through this crisis, he had to raise his cultivation realm. End of chapter. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.